Chapter 1815. Yang Yi. Pooh. Meanwhile, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi, but head grabbed onto Yi Mo's right arm. Or to be more precise, head grabbed the ancient spirit python's soul. Yi Mo was stunned, and then he intended to blast Yang Yi away. However, a wave of suction force suddenly surged out from Yang Yi's chest, and then the python's soul instantly vanished from Yi Mo's arm. A moment later, Yang Yi clenched his left fist and slammed it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Yi Mo was blasted over 300 m away. Everyone here was shocked. Who was that black-robed fellow? Meanwhile, Yi Mo had a ferocious expression on his face, but there was even more panic on it, because he noticed that head actually been cut off from the ancient spirit python. It was his strongest trump card, yet now it was gone. Yi Mo stared at Yang Yi. Hand it over. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Mo and said, "Wait a minute." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the primordial pagoda. Within the primordial pagoda, after the ancient spirit python entered the primordial pagoda, it glanced at the surroundings with a lost expression in its eyes. A moment later, viciousness filled its eyes, and it roared furiously into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding space rippled violently from the force within its roar. Meanwhile, Qiongqi, Ho Qing, and Snowy, who was holding the wooden sword, were standing nearby. Snowy blinked as she gazed at the new python, and then she knocked Qiongqi's wing lightly with the wooden sword. After that, she pointed at the ancient spirit python and seemed to be asking who that was. Qiongqi glanced at Snowy and replied, "An unlucky bastard." Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at Ho Qing. She seemed to be asking if it was just like Ho Qing. The corners of Ho Qing's mouth twitched at the sight of this. That little fellow. Qiongqi, on the other hand, couldn't help but start roaring with laughter. Meanwhile, the python was still swinging its tail through the air, and the powerful force it carried caused space to tremble. Qiongqi and Ho Qing gazed at it with pity. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly went close to it. She pointed the wooden sword at the python, pointed at the sky, and then pointed at the python again. Her message was simple. She was telling it to lay low, or it would suffer a beating. However, the python suddenly gazed at Snowy with eyes filled with viciousness, and then it opened its huge mouth and tried to bite Snowy. Snowy's eyes opened wide, and then she flashed over to Qiongqi's back. The python charged at Qiongqi. Qiongqi just gazed coldly at it and didn't do anything. Right when the python was around 30 m away from him, a mysterious wave of energy descended from the sky and slammed down against the python. Boom! The python was slammed to the ground, and then a powerful wave of pressure pressed down upon it, causing it to shiver. At this moment, terror filled its eyes, and the terror in its eyes gradually turned into one that was begging for mercy. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly and gazed at Yi Mo. The latter stared at Yang Yi. "I don't care who you are. I'll repeat myself one last time. Hand it over, or it'll kill everyone you know." Yang Yi was about to attack when Blood Maiden suddenly appeared in front of him. She gazed at him for a few breaths of time and said, "I'll do it." She was about to attack once she finished speaking, but Yang Yi grabbed her arm and shook his head. "Heal first." He started walking slowly in Yi Mo's direction. Yi Mo's face fell. Suddenly, Yang Yi's right arm shook slightly, and then the golden talisman beneath his sleeve had been removed. If he didn't use his sword, it was utterly impossible for him to defeat Yi Mo, even if his Buddhist strength had improved tremendously. So, he had to use the war god's arm. As soon as the talisman was removed, Yang Yi felt like his entire right arm was filled with boundless strength. However, his face seemed extremely calm. Presently, his strength had improved in all aspects, so he could get used to the strength contained within the war god's arm. The reason he chose to keep it sealed was because he hadn't fully merged with the arm, so he didn't want to be constantly affected by the strength within it. Meanwhile, Yi Mo spoke ferociously. "Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of black light. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly pulled his right leg back slightly, and then clenched his fist before pulling it back. A moment later, he slammed his right fist forward. Boom! A wave of powerful energy surged out from Yang Yi's fist, and it instantly obliterated the black light. As for Yimo, he was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Countless people were shocked by this scene. At this moment, everyone grew even more curious about Yang Yi's identity. After he punched Yimo away, Yang Yi didn't stop. His figure shot over to Yimo before swinging another punch. It was simple and direct. The energy contained within Yang Yi's punch was extremely terrifying, and space warped severely in its wake. Moreover, the space around him even cracked open. It was extremely shocking. Yimo was shocked when he sensed the energy contained within Yang Yi's punch. He didn't dare act carelessly, and the profound energy within him surged madly before he stretched his right hand forward. In an instant, a black vortex appeared on his fist, and then an extremely terrifying wave of energy erupted from it. Just like that, their attacks collided in the most direct manner. Boom! As soon as they came into contact, both Yang Yi and Yimo were blasted backwards repeatedly. Yimo was pushed almost 1 kilometer back while Yang Yi was pushed around 300 m back. An instant later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot forward like a cannonball. A moment later, Yang Yi was in front of Yimo again, and he slammed his fist forward. Yang Yi didn't use any techniques, and he just swung a simple punch. Simple and violent. After fighting intensely for around an hour, Yimo was unable to persist for much longer. Yang Yi's physical strength had just been improved, and coupled with the War God's arm, his strength was sufficient to suppress 6th-stage True Realm experts. Of course, the most important part was his recovery. The powerful energy released by them had shaken both their bodies during their intense fight. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. However, with the recuperative abilities of the primordial violet energy within him, such injuries were simply nothing to Yang Yi. However, Yimo didn't possess such extraordinary recuperative abilities. So, he was gradually unable to persist as the battle dragged on. Bang! Suddenly, Yimo and Yang Yi split apart. But just a moment later, Yang Yi appeared in front of Yimo again. After that, Yang Yi's fists descended like raindrops towards Yimo. Yimo was pushed back repeatedly by Yang Yi's flurry of attacks. Suppression. At this point in the battle, Yimo was being completely suppressed by Yang Yi's flurry of attacks, and he could only defend himself. As for Yang Yi, he grew more and more energetic as the battle progressed. Actually, Yang Yi was quite fond of using his fists, because the feeling of striking something was truly nice. But he didn't get the same feeling when using a sword. Bang! Suddenly, Yimo was blasted away again. Yang Yi was about to attack again when Yimo suddenly said, "You're Yang Yi, right?" Countless people were stunned when they heard him. A moment later, they shot hostile gazes at Yang Yi. As for Nether Maiden and Blood Maiden, their expressions became quite unsightly. Once Yang Yi's presence was exposed, the consequences would be very severe. This was Divine Ruin City, and there were countless people here who were looking for Yang Yi. It should be said that there were countless throughout Heaven Pillar Mountain who were looking for Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained silent, and he just appeared before Yimo and slammed his fist forward. Boom! Yimo was blasted over 300 m away, while a mouthful of blood sprayed from him. Yang Yi was about to attack again when Yimo suddenly pointed at Yang Yi. "Everyone, he's Yang Yi. The wooden sword capable of piercing the barrier is with him." Yang Yi ignored Yimo and was about to attack. However, a few dozen powerful auras suddenly pressed down towards him. Yang Yi's face fell when he sensed this. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "You're really Yang Yi?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "No. No." Yimo suddenly laughed fiercely. "Yang Yi, I've investigated you. You're not just outstanding in the sword Dao. Your physical body is extremely strong as well. Moreover, you've comprehended slaughter intent too." Everyone gazed at Yang Yi and awaited his answer. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "I said I'm not. So I'm not." Yimo suddenly waved his right hand, and a sword appeared before Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, since you say you're not Yang Yi, then do you dare to pick up that sword?" The other experts nodded slightly. Yang Yi was a peerless sword cultivator. So long as he picked up a sword, they would definitely be able to sense if he was Yang Yi or not. Yang Yi gazed at the sword in silence. Meanwhile, Emo laughed coldly. What? You don't dare to? Yang Yi looked up at Emo, and then he grabbed the sword and vanished on the spot. Split second combined with the grand teleportation technique. An instant later, Yang Yi was behind Emo, and Emo's body had stiffened. A moment of silence ensued, and then a string of blood sprayed from the center of Emo's forehead. Meanwhile, Yang Yi removed his robe and glanced coldly at the surroundings. Yang Yi, kill me if you can. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 18:16. I don't want it anymore. Yang Yi. Silence filled the surroundings, and everyone was looking at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had shown himself. He was right before them. But at this moment, no one dared to attack, and fear filled their eyes. Yang Yi had killed Emo in an instant just now. Even though Emo was heavily injured, he was still a 6th-stage True Realm expert. Moreover, Emo was a 6th-stage True Realm expert who was practically at the peak of the realm. However, Emo had been killed in an instant. He hadn't even been able to react. Emo wasn't the only one who hadn't been able to react. Many others here hadn't been able to see that attack clearly. That was the true source of their fear. Previously, they didn't have a good idea of Yang Yi's strength, and they just felt Yang Yi was quite strong. Yet now, they realized he wasn't just quite strong. He was extremely strong. Everyone here fell silent. No one left, but no one attacked. Because no one wanted to be the first to step forward. Yang Yi ignored the experts in the surroundings, and he gazed at Emo, who still had one last breath in him. If you didn't force me to use my sword, then while I would still be able to defeat you with my fists, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. Unfortunately, you just had to make me pick up a sword. Emo's pupils constricted slightly, and then he took his last breath. Yang Yi waved his right hand and took Emo's corpse. Actually, he didn't want to expose himself, because it would be too troublesome. But it couldn't be helped. Many people were suspecting him earlier. So, he would be exposed even if he didn't want to expose himself. The reason was that he would definitely be exposed once he picked up a sword. He was a sword cultivator. Even if he tried to conceal it, others would be able to sense it once he held a sword. Since he couldn't conceal it, it was better to just admit it. Yang Yi put the sword away and exchanged it for the sword precursor, and then he glanced at the experts in the surroundings. Is anyone going to try to kill me? His voice was soft, but it carried an oppressive and domineering aura. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man suddenly stepped forward and gazed at Yang Yi. There's no enmity between us, and we don't want to become enemies with you. But that wooden sword is of the utmost importance to us. Well, leave if you hand it over. Hand over the wooden sword. Even though Yang Yi was strong, they weren't weak. So, they would naturally not be scared off. Most importantly, the wooden sword was too tempting to refuse. Yang Yi gazed at the old man, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the same time, a speck of cold light suddenly appeared just a few inches away from the old man's forehead. The tip of a sword. The speck of cold light was the tip of a sword. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi attack abruptly. Fortunately, he was a powerful expert, so his reaction wasn't slow. A wave of terrifying aura swept out from him, but the aura was still sliced into bits. However, it did buy the old man a little time and allowed him to flash away from where he stood. At this moment, the old man was over 1 kilometer away. There was a spot of bright red on his forehead. Or to be more precise, it was a bloody hole. Blood was seeping out incessantly from there. The old man rubbed his forehead gently, and he was horrified. If he had been a little slower, just a little slower, he would be dead. He's strong, and his sword is so swift. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, I don't want that sword anymore. He immediately transformed into a ray of black light that vanished into the distance. He didn't want it anymore. Or to be more precise, he didn't dare to try and get it anymore. The black-robed old man was smart because he knew that if this continued, Yang Yi would stop at nothing to kill him. Yang Yi would make an example out of him. Head realized that, so had decisively chosen to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the black-robed old man and didn't choose to chase him down, because it was meaningless. Moreover, if he did, he would have to use the grand teleportation technique and split-second. But he could only execute one last split-second right now. Preserve his strength. Yang Yi withdrew 2 energy pearls, swallowed them, and then glanced coldly at the others here. Does anyone else want my sword? The others fell silent. They naturally wanted it. But the problem was that it was clearly not easy to get. Besides that, none of them wanted to be the first to face Yang Yi. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze when he saw them remain silent, and then he gazed at Blood Maiden. Where are the others? Blood Maiden replied, Eldest sister is undergoing a breakthrough. The rest are protecting her. Yang Yi asked, How long will it take? Blood Maiden thought for a moment and replied, I'm not certain. Perhaps a moment, a month, or even a year. Yang Yi shook his head. That won't do. We can't stay here. Blood Maiden replied, I know, but... Yang Yi suddenly said, Tell her to go into that place of mine. Blood Maiden glanced at Yang Yi. She naturally knew what he was talking about. The primordial pagoda. Yang Yi meant the primordial pagoda. Blood Maiden said, I didn't tell anyone about it, and I never told my eldest sister either. Yang Yi shook his head. I trust you. Trust Nether Maiden, and trust all your sisters. I trust her too. Moreover, she has Yin Yin's memories, so she knows many of my secrets. Blood Maiden thought for a moment and said, All right, come with me. She vanished on the spot with Nether Maiden. Yang Yi was about to enter Heaven Pavilion when he seemed to have thought of something, and he glanced at the people here. I'm not going anywhere. They'll be inside. He vanished on the spot. The others here exchanged glances. Suddenly, a voice resounded. We have to work together, at least temporarily. A moment of silence ensued, and then the others nodded to display their agreement. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The news that Yang Yi showed himself in Divine Ruins City swept through Heaven Pillar Mountain like the plague, and countless experts started rushing towards the city. Needless to say, Yang Yi's arrival has made Heaven Pillar Mountain lose its peaceful atmosphere. Heaven Pavilion. Nether Maiden and Blood Maiden led Yang Yi to the top of the pavilion, and he saw Sky Maiden and Blind Maiden there. At this moment, Sky Maiden was seated cross-legged at the center of her, and her eyes were closed. The space around her was like a vortex that was pulsating incessantly. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi. You're here? Yang Yi nodded. Hi, third sister. He sincerely respected Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden nodded slightly. You've grown very quickly. Even second sister, and I would probably find it difficult to defeat you. Yang Yi smiled. No matter how strong I am, you're still my third sister. Blind Maiden grinned when she heard him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Third sister, we can't stay here. We must take your eldest sister and leave. He was very well aware that those experts outside wouldn't give up on obtaining the wooden sword. All of them were old geezers who had cultivated for countless years, so it was impossible to scare them away. Moreover, the news of his arrival in Divine Ruin City had probably spread. Now, countless experts were probably coming to kill him. His own strength wasn't bad, and the Nether Pavilion's strength wasn't bad as well. However, he was very well aware that they were no match for all the experts in Heaven Pillar Mountain. If they stayed here, those fellows would be able to exhaust them to death. Blind Maiden gazed at Blood Maiden, and the latter nodded slightly. We can't stay for long. Blind Maiden nodded. Then let's go. She gazed at Yang Yi while she spoke. Yang Yi walked towards Sky Maiden. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly said, Be careful. Yang Yi was puzzled. Suddenly, his expression changed because he sensed an extremely terrifying devouring force. The devouring force even made his heart palpitate slightly. Danger. His intuition told him that Sky Maiden was very dangerous. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he walked over to her, waved his right hand, and transported her into the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda wasn't capable of just transporting anyone into it. The reason he could transport her into it was mainly because Sky Maiden didn't resist. Even though she was cultivating, she could sense everything which was going on in the world outside. After he placed her within the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden and the others. Let's go? They nodded. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Boom. An instant later, an explosion resounded, and the entire pavilion was obliterated. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded. Go? It's best if you don't go anywhere. As soon as the voice finished resounding, 5 black-clothed figures appeared not too far away from them. There was a middle-aged man in a black embroidered robe standing before the black-clothed figures. 6 stage True Realm experts. Yang Yi glanced at them and shook his head. 6-stage True Realm experts were extremely rare in the world outside, and even the 8 clans had pitiably few 6-stage True Realm experts. But in this place, 6-stage True Realm experts were so common. But it was normal. After all, it could be said that all the 6-stage True Realm experts in the medium universe were gathered here. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who led the group suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. You killed Yimo? Yimo? Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and replied, I've killed many people. I don't know which one you're talking about. Can you describe his appearance in detail? The atmosphere here instantly turned icy cold. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, They'll give you another chance to think about what you want to say. Yang Yi suddenly raised his sword slowly, and he pointed it at the middle-aged man. Many have said similar things to me, but the grass on their graves are at least 10 m tall now. Everyone here felt speechless when they heard him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1817. Come get it domineering. Needless to say, what Yang Yi said was extremely domineering. However, many shook their heads, because they were very clearly aware who stood before Yang Yi. Night Assassins. They were members of the mysterious organization, Night Assassins. There were many organizations throughout Heaven Pillar Mountain, and they were formed by extraordinary experts. Night Assassins could be ranked in the top 5 amongst them. Even though it was merely in the top 5, the top 3 practically never showed themselves. So, Night Assassins was extremely powerful as it ceaselessly recruited more and more experts. Of course, not just anyone could join them. So, the members of Night Assassins were extremely strong. The middle-aged man suddenly started chuckling. You're the first person in all these years who has dared to speak like that to us Night Assassins, and you'll be the last. He flipped his palm once he finished speaking, and a spear appeared in his grasp. A moment later, he left numerous afterimages behind as he appeared before Yang Yi, and then he stabbed the spear in Yang Yi's direction. The spear was like a flash of lightning. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to raise his sword and swing it. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded, and then the middle-aged man was pushed over 300 m back while Yang Yi was similarly pushed around 300 m back. They were equally matched in this collision. The middle-aged man glanced at his slightly numb hand and looked up at Yang Yi. You have some skill. Let's continue. He suddenly took a step forward, and then he just appeared abruptly above Yang Yi. After that, he grabbed the spear with both hands and stabbed it straight down at Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi didn't look up, and he just stomped his right foot down. Boom. The ground collapsed while he transformed into a ray of golden light that soared into the sky. In next to no time, Yang Yi's sword and the middle-aged man's spear slammed against each other. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, space shook violently and cracked open. Actually, it should be described as having collapsed. After all, their strength was truly too powerful, so space couldn't endure it at all. However, as soon as space cracked open, a wave of mysterious energy repaired it in an instant. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man split apart as soon as they came into contact, but it took just a moment for the middle-aged man to vanish again. He was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again, and then his spear swept horizontally at Yang Yi. Rumbling resounded as it swept forward. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He didn't choose to flee or use any techniques because it was useless before absolute strength and speed. The middle-aged man's speed and strength were extremely formidable. He had no choice but to go head-on against it. So, that was exactly what he was doing. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the sword, and he similarly swept it horizontally. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly sliced open. Clang! As soon as they came into contact, both shook violently, and the powerful energy contained within them exploded out. Both of them were blasted backwards repeatedly, but they were merely pushed 30 back before charging at each other again. Just like that, they entered into fierce battle. Blind Maiden suddenly asked, "Should we help?" Blood Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head. "That kid hasn't used his full strength. Let's wait and see where his limits are." Blind Maiden nodded. "All right." Yang Lianshuang glanced at the surroundings and frowned. "The situation is quite bad." And Nanjing glanced at her and asked, "Why?" Yang Lianshuang replied, "It'll probably be difficult for us to leave this place today." And Nanjing glanced at the surroundings, and then she seemed to have noticed something and frowned as well. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man's battle was at its peak. Something worth mentioning was that Yang Yi grew stronger as the battle progressed, but the middle-aged man clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Both his defense and attack were far inferior to what it has been. Blood Maiden suddenly said, "That kid's ability in close-quarter combat is extraordinary." Blind Maiden nodded slightly. "The most formidable part about him is his recovery. It's too strong. So, he chooses to exchange injuries with his opponents in close-quarter combat. He can afford to suffer injuries, but how can others? That black-robed fellow is clearly worried about all sorts of things right now, and if this continues, it'll take an hour at most for that middle-aged man to lose." Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. "He won't continue fighting. Prepare to join the battle." Blind Maiden nodded while her profound energy started circulating slowly. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, and then the middle-aged man was blasted over 300 away. Yang Yi didn't stop and charged at the middle-aged man. He was fighting like a madman. He didn't stop and just fought until his opponent couldn't take it. This time, the middle-aged man didn't attack. He flashed over to the 5 black-clothed figures and waved his right hand. "Attack together and reclaim the ancient spirit python." As soon as he finished speaking, the others behind him transformed into afterimages that vanished on the spot. Blood Maiden swiftly said, "Attack." All of them vanished on the spot once she gave the order. Yang Yi didn't join the battle. He stopped and swallowed a few energy pearls. Presently, he had to maintain sufficient profound energy and a normal condition at all times. After all, there were countless who wanted to kill him and were hiding in the shadows. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of their mouths when they saw Blood Maiden and the others attack. As far as they were concerned, first-stage True Realm experts like Nether Maiden and the others could be obliterated in an instant. However, their expressions changed drastically as soon as they fought, especially the middle-aged man, because his opponents were Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden. As soon as he exchanged blows with them, he was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As for the other 5-6-stage True Realm experts, they were being pushed back repeatedly by the joint forces of Yang Lianshuang, Nether Maiden, and the others. Actually, they weren't just being pushed back, they were being completely crushed. In less than 10 breaths of time, 2 of them had been killed. It was a Nanjing and Nether Maidenhood killed those 2 black-clothed figures. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The middle-aged man was visibly astounded by this, and he knew that Head underestimated his opponents. Head severely underestimated his opponents. Right when Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden were about to attack again, the middle-aged man crushed a scroll, and then the space in the sky above shook violently before a huge teleportation formation appeared there. It didn't take long for the formation to start trembling. A short while later, numerous black-clothed figures flashed out from it. Around a breath of time later, 10 black-clothed figures appeared there. Amongst them were 5-6-stage True Realm experts and 5 other 5th-stage True Realm experts. However, the powerful auras emanated by those 5th-stage True Realm experts weren't inferior to the 6th-stage True Realm experts. Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden's faces fell at the sight of this. Obviously, they hadn't expected so many experts to appear abruptly. Blind Maiden spoke softly. Looks like we've offended quite a big organization. Blood Maiden nodded slightly. It is quite big. Meanwhile, a black-clothed figure who held a black cane walked out from amongst the new group of 10. He sized up Blood Maiden and the others, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man whom Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden had almost killed. Yiming, I'm sure you have a reason why you used the emergency summon token. Explain yourself. The middle-aged man, Yiming, cupped his fist to the black-clothed man with a cane, and he said, Elder Yiku, I have 2 reasons. Firstly, someone has challenged our organization and killed 3 members of ours. Moreover, Emo's ancient spirit python has fallen into their hands. The black-clothed man called Yiku asked, What's the other reason? Yiming turned to look at Yang Yi. He's the other reason. Yiku gazed at Yang Yi. What do you mean? Yiming explained, Elder Yiku, he's Yang Yi. The sword that can pierce the barrier is in his possession. Yiku's eyes instantly narrowed. The wooden sword. There wasn't a single expert in Heaven Pillar Mountain who hadn't heard of that sword, because countless experts had been alarmed by it when it fell from the large universe. Unfortunately, it vanished without a trace after it descended, and while countless experts had searched all over Heaven Pillar Mountain, they gave up in the end. But not too long ago, news that it was in Yang Yi's possession had spread, and Yang Yi was right before him. Yiku gazed at Yang Yi and slowly clenched his fist. Meanwhile, Yiming said, Elder Yiku, I think our leader will like it. I wanted to seize the sword and present it to our leader, but I never expected him to be so strong. I apologize for my weakness. Yiku glanced at Yiming and said, It's not your fault. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I presume asking you to hand it over won't work, right? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly waved his right hand. The wooden sword appeared on his right. The gazes of everyone here burned with desire when they saw the wooden sword, and there was undisguised greed in their eyes. Yang Yi pointed at the wooden sword. It's right here. Yiku gazed at Yang Yi for a few breaths of time, and then he waved his right hand. In an instant, a black-clothed man by his side shot towards Yang Yi. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded. The grand teleportation technique combined with split second. Along with the sword howl, a strange scene appeared. The head of that black-clothed figure suddenly fell off while he charged at Yang Yi, but his body was still shooting in Yang Yi's direction. It didn't take long for the body to stop around 3 m away from Yang Yi. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his chin in the direction of the wooden sword and said, Come get it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1818. They'll show you a bloodbath. Come get it. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. An instant. A 6th-stage True Realm expert had been killed in an instant. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, and there was deep fear in their eyes. It wasn't rare to see monstrous geniuses defeat 6th-stage True Realm experts or even kill them, but a 2nd-stage True Realm expert had actually killed a 6th-stage True Realm expert in an instant. An instant. What did that mean? It meant that Yang Yi's strength far surpassed ordinary 6th-stage True Realm experts. People with such strength did exist, but they were older cultivators or ancient cultivators. But Yang Yi was clearly not someone like them. A monstrous genius. A true monstrous genius. Yiku's eyes had a solemn expression in them as well, because even he couldn't kill a 6th-stage True Realm expert in an instant, but Yang Yi could. At this moment, Head truly stopped underestimating Yang Yi. However, it was clearly impossible to make him give up. Not to mention him, the others around him wouldn't give up so easily as well. Everyone here had experienced moments of life and death, so Yang Yi's strength wasn't enough to scare them off. Unless an ancient cultivator came here. Meanwhile, Yiku suddenly said, I underestimated you. However, do you think that you can fight my organization with just you and these women by your side? If that's what you think, then I can only say that you're mistaken. One-on-one. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly raised his sword and pointed it at Yiku. I don't know what the night assassins are, and I don't want to know. All I want is to fight you, one-on-one. Yika's face fell. Looks like you're very confident. Young man, you. Yang Yi interrupted Yiku. Can you cut the crap? Are you going to fight me one-on-one? Or will it be a group battle? Fighting you one-on-one isn't bullying you, right? If it's a group battle, then let's just begin. Yika's face became extremely unsightly when Yang Yi acted so aggressively. However, no one could see the change in his expression because he was covered in his black robe. However, the violent aura coming from him allowed everyone to know that he was furious. One-on-one or a group battle. If he were being honest, he wanted to fight Yang Yi in single combat. After all, he was at the 6th stage of the True Realm, and Yang Yi was just at the 2nd stage of the True Realm. If he didn't accept the challenge, then it would be a huge humiliation for him. However, the scene of Yang Yi instantly killing a 6th stage True Realm expert still lingered in his mind. A moment of silence ensued before Yiku suddenly replied, "I'm not a match for you." Everyone here was stunned by this. Even Yang Yi was stunned. Is he trying to play some sort of trick? Or is he really admitting defeat? Suddenly, Yang Lianchuang said, "How smart." Nether Maiden and the others gazed at her. Yang Lianchuang smiled, saying that represents that he doesn't have to fight Yang Yi in single combat, because he has admitted defeat. I know you're all puzzled by why he did that. It's because of his mental state. It's so that no inner demons are formed within him. She paused for a moment and continued, he had no way out of the situation just now. Fighting would lead to his death, and refusing to fight would allow him to live. However, he'll suffer from inner demons if he refuses to fight. Even if he makes up reasons for himself, inner demons will still be formed. Deceiving oneself is a taboo for all cultivators. And Nanjing said, so, he chose to just admit defeat instead? Yang Lianchuang nodded. By admitting defeat and admitting he's no match for Yang Yi, he doesn't have to fight Yang Yi in single combat, and he doesn't have to risk forming inner demons within him. Because he didn't lie to himself. He really is no match for Yang Yi, and it isn't an excuse but an admission of his own weakness. Under such circumstances, not only will he be able to avoid any inner demons, he may even be able to improve his mental state. Nether Maiden and the others nodded as they understood Yiku's plan. Needless to say, what Yang Lianchuang said made a lot of sense. If Yiku chose to fight under such circumstances, he would die. If he chose not to fight, he would have to make up an excuse. The reason he had to make up an excuse was so that he wouldn't lose face. But once he did that, it would be no different than lying to himself. However, he didn't make up an excuse and just admitted to being no match for Yang Yi. In that way, he didn't have to fight Yang Yi in single combat or lie to himself, so it wouldn't cause inner demons to form within him and spoil his mental state. It was a smart choice. Yiku glanced at Yang Lianchuang, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I admit that you're an outstanding genius, but your current strength can't keep that sword safe. Hand it over, and I can guarantee that we night assassins won't pursue the matter of you killing our members. Moreover, you can even join the night assassins. What do you think? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, how about you let me think about it for 3 days? Yiku's face fell. Looks like you insist on courting death. He immediately waved his right hand, and a talisman shot up into the sky. A moment later, the talisman exploded apart in midair, and then a teleportation platform appeared there. Yang Yi looked up at it and said, I'm so envious. Blood Maiden asked, about what? Yang Yi replied, it would be great if I could just toss a talisman, and then people would come to help me. Blood Maiden patted him on the head, and then she shook her head. Stop daydreaming. Yang Yi felt speechless. Suddenly, a black-robed old man emerged from the teleportation platform in the sky, and then the expressions of everyone here changed. Pressure. As soon as the old man arrived here, everyone felt a wave of invisible pressure descend upon them. Meanwhile, Yiku went over to welcome the old man and bowed slightly. Elder Yining, I had no choice but to disturb you. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Yi and started to explain. Around 10 breaths of time later, the old man, Yining, suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. His gaze stopped at Yang Yi for a moment, and then it fell onto the wooden sword. A moment of silence ensued, and then he waved his right hand. In an instant, the wooden sword shook violently and seemed to be about to fly towards him. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from the wooden sword, and then a ray of sword energy surged out from it. The sword energy was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Yining. Resistance. The wooden sword was resisting. It was resisting before Yang Yi even did anything. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Yining waved his right hand, and the sword energy vanished without a trace. After that, he immediately clenched his right fist in the wooden sword's direction, and then a wave of powerful suction force enveloped the wooden sword. Suddenly, a wave of powerful sword intent enveloped the wooden sword. OM. As soon as the sword intent enveloped it, the wooden sword shook violently, and then a sword howl shot up into the sky. The sword howl obliterated the suction force, and the wooden sword flew into Yang Yi's grasp. Meanwhile, Yi Ying's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. I've met many monstrous geniuses, and I've killed many as well. Yang Yi was about to speak when Blood Maiden suddenly grabbed his arm. I'll do it. Yang Yi felt warm. He knew that she was worried about him, because the old man wasn't comparable to any ordinary sixth-stage true realm expert. Perhaps the old man couldn't compare to the ancient cultivators, but he was definitely one of the older experts. A true old monster. Yang Yi shook his head. It's fine. I'll do it. Blood Maiden was very strong, and she may not lose to Yining. However, he still wanted to do it himself. Fight. He too yearned for battle. Battle with a true expert. Every single battle with his life on the line was able to help him improve, and that improvement wasn't just in terms of strength, it was an improvement of the mental state as well. Blood Maiden asked, Are you sure? Yang Yi nodded. I am. Blood Maiden nodded slightly. I believe in you. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Ingkus group. My nether pavilion doesn't want trouble, but we don't fear trouble either. If you want to fight, we'll accompany you to the end. She waved her right hand. Kill them without hesitation. Her figure immediately transformed into a blood-red ray of light that shot towards Yiku. At the same time, Yang Lianshuang and the others charged at the experts behind Yiku. Fight. A fierce battle instantly erupted. Fortunately, the space in Divine Ruin City was sufficiently strong, or the entire city may have collapsed from the battle. Even then, the buildings in a huge area were obliterated. At this moment, countless experts were curious. They were curious about who Nether Maiden and the others were. After all, they'd never been seen in Heaven Pillar Mountain before this. So, the others were naturally curious, and they were especially curious about Nether Maiden and the others' strength. Even though they were just ordinary true realm experts, their strength was absolutely extraordinary. Every single one of them could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle. Where did they come from? Yang Yi and Yining still hadn't entered into combat. The reason Yang Yi had chosen not to attack was that he wanted to recover even more profound energy. Utilizing the grand teleportation technique and split second earlier, had exhausted almost half of his profound energy reserves. So, if Yining didn't attack, he would naturally not attack. Every single moment he delayed was a little more time to recover. Yining wasn't attacking because he had something to say. Yining gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, You're a genius. Unfortunately, you're not very bright. Yang Yi chuckled and said, That's how I am. I don't have anything but a terrible temper. If someone is good to me, then I'll be good to them. If someone bullies me, Yang Yi's face suddenly became ferocious. They'll show that person a bloodbath. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 18-19. The battle begins. A bloodbath. Yining's face turned gloomy when he heard Yang Yi. He gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he nodded. Since that's your decision, then die. He immediately vanished on the spot. A moment later, he was in the sky, and then he tapped his finger down in Yang Yi's direction. In an instant, a huge vortex appeared above Yang Yi, and then an enormous finger that was over 300 m long emanated boundless pressure as it flashed out from the vortex. The powerful energy contained within it caused the ground to crack apart and collapse. At the same time, the entire city started to tremble as if it couldn't endure the might of the finger. It was extremely shocking. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the wooden sword, and then he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, two terrifying waves of intent swept out from him, and they surged into the wooden sword. A sword howl shot up into the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down. Bang! The space beneath his foot shook while Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the enormous finger. Everywhere he passed, space was sliced open like paper. Just like that, the sword energy stabbed against the tip of the finger. Bang! In an instant, an explosion reverberated like a thunderclap. The wooden sword and the enormous finger shook violently, and then Yang Yi was slammed down. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and he grabbed the wooden sword in both hands before twisting it. Hiss! His figure shot forward with his sword and pierced through the finger. Bang! The finger exploded apart while sword energy shot up into the sky. In an instant, Yang Yi had arrived before Yining, and the terrifying energy contained within his sword caused the space around Yining to crack open. Yining gazed coldly at Yang Yi. When Yang Yi's sword was just around 3 m away from him, he suddenly raised his hand and waved it lightly. Hiss! A ray of ghastly cold light flashed. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked down at his trembling hand, and then he looked back up at Yining. There was a slightly solemn expression in his eyes. Strong. The old man before him was an existence that ordinary 6th-stage, true realm experts couldn't compare to at all. Meanwhile, Yining glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You really are a monstrous genius, and you have some ability. I may really not be a match for you once you grow further, yet now, I can fight numerous people like you." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and raised his right hand. A moment later, he pressed it down. The space above Yang Yi suddenly started to shrink along with the descent of Yining's palm, and then it started to press down upon Yang Yi like a mountain. Yang Yi flipped his right wrist, and a ray of light shot up into the air. At the same time, he transformed into a ray of light that shot upwards. Brute force. Rumble. Rumbling resounded, and then the space above Yang Yi collapsed. Countless waves of energy erupted towards the surroundings, and it instantly made a mess of the sky. Around 30 breaths of time later, the sky gradually returned to calm. At this moment, Yang Yi and Yining were over 1.5 kilometers away. Both of them were covered in injuries. Yang Yi's injuries were comparatively serious. His shirt had vanished, and his entire upper body had cracked open. However, Yang Yi's face was extremely calm, because at this moment, he was in the hegemon body state, so he couldn't sense anything throughout his body. Moreover, the primordial violet energy within him was still ceaselessly repairing his body. So, while he was covered in injuries, they weren't a huge problem to Yang Yi. Yining's body had around a dozen injuries. All of them were very close to lethal points on Yining's body, especially the cut on his throat. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have slit his throat open. Yining gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "A formidable body, sharp sword energy, and an abnormal recovery. Needless to say, you've truly surprised me. If you were at the 4th stage of the true realm, I wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, you're only at the 2nd stage." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky, overlapped his palms, and slapped them down in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! The space above Yang Yi started to ripple. Waves of powerful energy slammed down like mountains in Yang Yi's direction. At the same time, a huge black palm suddenly emerged from that expanse of space, and then it slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he held the wooden sword tightly with both hands. His profound energy surged into it while his two intents swept out and surged into the sword as well. Meanwhile, he stomped his right foot down and soared up into the air. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. Everywhere he passed, space was completely minced apart, and the powerful sword and tint he emanated made countless spectators look away. It was sharp. At this moment, everyone in the city sensed a wave of sharp sword energy. It seemed to intend to pierce through the world. The powerful sword energy instantly obliterated the aura emanated by the palm, and then Yang Yi stabbed the palm. Boom! They collided in midair, and an explosion rumbled like a thunderclap. Boom! The huge palm shook violently, and then it exploded apart. It transformed into countless fragments that rained down from the sky while Yang Yi was blasted to the ground by the energy from the explosion. Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden, who were in battle with the experts from the Night Assassins organization, frowned when they noticed this. They were worried. Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. They weren't the only ones. Yang Lianshuang and the others were quite worried too. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the ground. It was Yang Yi. Yang Lianshuang and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw him. Yining's expression became extremely unsightly when he saw Yang Yi emerge from the ground. Head thought that attack of his would have been able to heavily injure Yang Yi, even if it couldn't kill Yang Yi. But now it seemed like Yang Yi hadn't been heavily injured at all. Defense. Recovery. The reason Yang Yi could fight him was mainly Yang Yi's defense and recovery. Even though Yang Yi was just a second-stage true realm expert, his physical defenses were something that even Yi Ning found difficult to pierce. Moreover, Yang Yi didn't just possess formidable physical defenses, his recovery was even more terrifying. Yang Yi was an opponent who was very difficult to defeat. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked up at Yi Ning. Come, let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Split second. Actually, it wasn't a huge threat to sixth-stage true realm experts. However, that was under normal circumstances. It wasn't normal circumstances right now. He wasn't just using his enlightened rank and tints, he was using the wooden sword and war god's arm. Under such circumstances, split-second strength could be described as having reached a completely new height. That was also why it could pose a threat to sixth-stage true realm experts. At the moment Yang Yi's figure vanished, Yining's expression changed, and he slapped his palm forward. Yang Yi's sword arrived just as his palm shot forward. Boom! The light dispersed and Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. As for Yi Ning, he was blasted around 300 m back by the force within Yang Yi's attack. Yi Ning glanced at his palm. There was a blood hole in it. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yi Ning looked up at the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp, as expected of a divine treasure from the large universe. It's so strong. He flipped his right palm once he finished speaking, and a pitch-black iron rod appeared there. At this point in the battle, he noticed that he had to use a weapon, because his body couldn't endure the attacks from Yang Yi's wooden sword. If he continued to fight Yang Yi bare-handed, then he may be exhausted to death. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just swallowed 2 energy pearls before shooting forward in a flash of light. A battle of attrition. He was actually fighting a battle of attrition, because he couldn't kill the old man in an instant. Even if he used the grand teleportation technique, he still wasn't confident in his ability to do so. Most importantly, if he used the grand teleportation technique now, then it meant he would be rendered incapable of fighting anymore. Based on the state he was in right now, forcefully utilizing the grand teleportation technique would cause him to lose the ability to fight. At that time, even a rebirth realm expert could kill him with ease. So, it wasn't that he wanted to fight a battle of attrition, he had no other choice. Presently, it just depended on which one of them could last longer. Just like that, they entered into a fierce battle again. They weren't the only ones. Blood Maiden and the others were in fierce battle with the members of Night Assassins as well. This time, they weren't able to gain the upper hand, but they weren't suppressed as well. They could only be said to be fighting on equal ground. However, anyone with a discerning gaze could notice that if the battle dragged out, then Blood Maiden's side had a better chance at victory, because the battle seemed much easier for them. Boom! Suddenly, a huge teleportation formation appeared in the sky, and then numerous powerful auras emerged. Yang Yi's expression instantly darkened when he witnessed this. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1820 Go on. More backup. At this moment, Yang Ye's eyes were filled with a vicious glow. He had never intended to become enemies with the Night Assassins, but they didn't want to let him go, and they were constantly sending experts to kill him. This infuriated him. 3 more black-robed old men appeared in the sky. All of them were at the 6th stage of the True Realm. The old man who led the group glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze descended upon Yining. Yining, the wooden sword is so important, yet you didn't notify the organization? What? You intend to take it for yourself? Yining's face turned cold. Su Yuan, that isn't really enough if you want to frame me. The old man called Su Yuan grunted coldly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, he gazed at the wooden sword in Yang Ye's grasp. There was undisguised greed in his eyes when he saw the wooden sword. Suddenly, Yang Yi waved the wooden sword and said, "What? You want it?" Su Yuan gazed at Yang Yi. "I do really want it." "Why?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Come get it." Su Yuan gazed at Yang Yi for a moment and replied, "They'll be right there." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a black ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, a wave of boundless pressure enveloped Yang Yi, causing Yang Yi to be unable to dodge. Yang Yi had never thought of dodging. At the moment Su Yuan attacked, Yang Yi suddenly placed his right hand on his chest, and then a terrifying aura suddenly appeared here. After that, a ferocious beast appeared before Yang Yi. It was Qiongqi, of course. Roar. Qiongqi roared. Bang. The powerful aura Su Yuan emanated was instantly blasted apart, and then Qiongqi slammed his figure at Su Yuan. Boom. Everyone watched with astonishment as Su Yuan was blasted over 3 kilometers away. A ferocious beast. Meanwhile, Yining spoke fiercely while a trace of seriousness had appeared in his eyes. He wasn't the only one who reacted like that. Su Yuan's eyes had a trace of seriousness in it as well. Qiongqi felt threatening to them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi leaped up onto Qiongqi's back, and then he patted Qiongqi's back lightly. Qiongqi understood his intentions, and he immediately slammed his front legs down and vanished on the spot with Yang Yi on his back. At the instant Qiongqi vanished, a ray of light flashed. It was fine like a thread, and many hadn't even been able to see it. It was caused by extraordinary speed. Su Yuan's expression had changed drastically when Qiongqi and Yang Yi vanished, and he overlapped his palms and slammed them forward. Boom! A beam of white light swept out from his palms, and Qiongqi arrived before Su Yuan at the exact same time. When Yang Ye's sword came into contact with the white light, it instantly melted like snow in boiling oil. It vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, an iron glove slammed against the tip of Yang Ye's sword. Bang! The wooden sword shook violently, but Su Yuan had been blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Surprise flashed through Yang Ye's eyes as he sat on Qiongqi's back. He hadn't expected his attack to be that strong. No, it's because of Qiongqi. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became quite excited. Qiongqi. If he didn't use the grand teleportation technique, his speed couldn't compete with Qiongqi. But he could work together with Qiongqi by executing split-second while Qiongqi supplied the speed and strength to execute it. To be more precise, Qiongqi would be providing the speed, and his strength and Qiongqi's strength would overlap. Under such circumstances, his split-second strength would rise by countless times. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to waste profound energy to raise his speed. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As soon as he thought up to this point, Yang Yi grew even more excited. A moment later, he patted Qiongqi's lightly. Qiongqi understood and transformed into a ray of black light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! The space split apart where Yang Yi had been. Boom! At the same time, an explosion resounded, and then Su Yuan was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Moreover, the iron glove on his right fist had cracked open. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Qiongqi vanished once more. Su Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he gazed at Yining. "Are you still not going to help?" As soon as he finished speaking, His figure spun on the spot, and a few dozen powerful energy palms flashed out. However, they were instantly sliced apart and obliterated upon coming into contact with Yang Ye's sword. Boom! Su Yuan was blasted away again. This time, he flew over 1 kilometer away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Xiong Qi were about to attack again, but Yi Ning and 2 other black-robed old men suddenly appeared in front of them and attacked in unison. Yang Yi and Xiong Qi didn't try to dodge, and then just shot forward. Boom! As soon as their attacks collided, the space in a huge area shook violently before cracking apart. This time, Yang Yi and Xiong Qi were blasted around 300 m back, while Yi Ning's group was blasted over 1 kilometer back. Their strengths were at the top of the 6th stage of the True Realm, but it was still slightly insufficient when facing the combined strength of Yang Yi and Xiong Qi. After all, Yang Yi was using the wooden sword and the war god's arm, so his strength wasn't something that any ordinary 6th stage True Realm expert could compare to. As for Xiong Qi, it was even more obvious. Xiong Qi's strength was already comparable to a 6th stage True Realm expert, and not just any ordinary 6th stage True Realm expert either. So, the strength gained through the combination of his and Yang Ye's strength was extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, Yi Ning and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected the combined strength of Yang Yi and that ferocious beast to be so terrifying. Suddenly, Yang Yi and Xiong Qi vanished on the spot. Yi Ning and the others' expressions changed at the sight of this. They were about to take a defensive stance when Su Yuan's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Stop them." As soon as he gave the order, Su Yuan and the others vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yang Yi and Xiong Qi had appeared at another battlefield which was over 10 kilometers away. Blood Maiden was fighting Yi Ming there. Yi Ming's expression changed drastically when Yang Yi and Xiong Qi vanished. At this moment, his hairs were standing on end, and he didn't hesitate to try and leave. However, he was still a little too slow. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Hiss. A ray of light suddenly flashed through his forehead, and then his body stiffened on the spot. Blood slowly seeped out of Yi Ming's forehead. In an instant, his face was covered in blood, and the color in his eyes gradually vanished. Actually, it was difficult for Yang Yi to instantly kill Yi Ming without utilizing the grand teleportation technique. Unfortunately, Yi Ming had been fighting Blood Maiden, so most of his attention had been on her, and Yang Yi had launched a surprise attack. So, Yi Ming had been caught off guard and was instantly killed by the combined strength of Yang Yi and Xiong Qi. After he killed Yi Ming with a single attack, Yang Yi waved his right hand and stored Yi Ming's corpse in the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, Yi Ning, and the others arrived before Yang Yi and Xiong Qi. However, Yang Yi and Xiong Qi ignored them and vanished on the spot again. 3,000 kilometers away. Hiss. A speck of cold light suddenly appeared before a 6th stage True Realm expert in front of Blind Maiden. An instant later, the 6th stage True Realm expert's body stiffened on the spot, and then his corpse vanished on the spot. An instant later, Yang Yi and Xiong Qi vanished on the spot again. They were choosing the easy targets. That was Yang Ye's current objective. Yi Ning and Su Yuan were much stronger than ordinary 6th stage True Realm experts. Even if he combined his strength with Xiong Qi, it was still difficult to kill them. So, had chosen to kill the easy targets. Yi Ming and the others were clearly aware of Yang Ye's plan, and they wanted to charge at Yang Yi. However, Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden obstructed them. Blood Maiden didn't waste her breath and immediately waved her hands, causing an ocean of blood to slam towards Su Yuan's group. While Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden kept them busy, shrill cries resounded incessantly. Instant kills. Countless people watching from the shadows had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, because those 6th stage True Realm experts were being instantly killed in succession before the joint forces of Xiong Qi and Yang Yi. Instant annihilation. At this moment, countless people started to feel fear in their hearts. Yang Yi was instantly killing 6th stage True Realm experts like he was cutting through pie. At this moment, many people who wanted to target Yang Yi had abandoned any thoughts to do so. Around 10 breaths of time later, Yang Yi stopped. He wasn't the only one who'd stopped, Yang Lianshuang and the others had stopped as well, and then they surrounded Yining, Su Yuan, and the other two old men. At this moment, Su Yuan and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. They'd been practically annihilated. The night assassins had definitely suffered severe losses today. The four of them, especially Su Yuan, would definitely suffer even if they were able to survive this battle. They remained silent for a moment, and then Su Yuan glanced at Yang Yes group. From this moment onwards, we night assassins won't stop until all of you are dead. You want stop until we're dead? Yang Yi chuckled and said, I'm so afraid. He glanced at the surroundings and spoke loudly. I don't offend unless offended, but if you offend me, they'll kill you even if you're the king of the world. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. We night assassins are offending you, so? OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded. The grand teleportation technique, combined with split-second and Xiong Qi, it was the limit of Yang Yes' strength and speed. Everyone here was stunned. A moment later, they looked up into the sky, and Yang Yi was up there. There was a gray-robed middle-aged man in front of Yang Yi. At this moment, the middle-aged man's body was stiff while his eyes were opened wide, and his eyes were filled with disbelief, because there was a wooden sword between his brows. Yang Yi pressed the wooden sword forward slightly, causing it to pierce through the middle-aged man's skin, and blood flowed from there. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, What did you want to say just now? Go on. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1821. Then let's fight. The gray-robed middle-aged man stared at Yang Yi. What could he say right now? Nothing, because there was a sword against his forehead. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked up at the sky. There was no enmity between me and the night assassins, and I don't want any enmity to exist as well. Now, I'll just ask you once. Can we let bygones be bygones? A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from high above. No. Hiss. At the same moment, Yang Yes' wooden sword pierced through the middle-aged man's head. Yang Yi pulled out his sword and looked up. Then let's fight. Yang Yi waved his right hand once he finished speaking. Blood Maiden and the others understood his intentions and charged at Su Yuan's group. But how could Su Yuan's group be a match for them now? It only took an instant for the other three black-robed experts to be killed while Su Yuan and Yining were completely suppressed. Based on the current situation, it would take 50 breaths at most for them to vanish from this world. Suddenly, a strange vortex appeared in the sky, and then a powerful aura seeped out from it. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right hand. It was strong, very strong. That expert hadn't arrived yet, but he or she felt dangerous to Yang Yi, extremely dangerous. That person's strength wasn't inferior to Ying Jing's clone at all. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden suddenly appeared by Yang Ye's side, and there was an extremely solemn expression on their faces. The aura in the sky was growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly, it stopped, and then Yang Yi and the others watched with bewilderment as it receded like a receding tide. The sky returned to normal. Blood Maiden frowned. What's going on? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the sky, and it flashed by. Su Yuan and Yining, who were bitterly trying to survive, suddenly vanished on the spot. They'd been saved. Meanwhile, a voice came from the sky. This isn't over. The sky gradually returned to calm. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang. What's going on? Blood Maiden and the others gazed at her too, because she could be considered the smartest amongst them. Yang Lianshuang glanced up at the sky and spoke softly. They're very smart. Yang Yi asked, What do you mean? Yang Lianshuang replied, They came to kill us because they didn't know about our strength. Yet now, they know how strong we are. Under such circumstances, trying to continue fighting us would only end in both sides suffering serious losses. She paused for a moment and continued, We can't afford to do that, and neither can they. So, they chose to retreat temporarily. That's why I said they're smart. Because they know that even if they don't come looking for trouble with us, others will. At that time, they will be able to reap the rewards. Suddenly, Oblivion Maiden asked while holding the fox in her arms, "Why would others come looking for trouble with us?" Everyone here gazed at her. Oblivion Maiden gazed at them and asked, "What?" The pig-riding young woman patted her on the shoulder. "Your level of intelligence has been exposed." Oblivion Maiden was at a loss for words. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi. "Your problems will never end while the wooden sword is with you." Endless problems. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and chuckled. "I've never been afraid of trouble." He glanced at the others and continued, "But I've dragged all of you down with me." Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. "We needed your help, and there's no need to say such things between us." Yang Yi acknowledged them, and they felt the same way about him. It could be said that his status in their hearts was very high. Yang Ye's heart felt warm when he heard her. He chuckled. "All right, let's not talk about that." He looked up at the sky. There was a thin barrier of light there, and it covered the entire city. Yang Yi asked, "Can it be destroyed?" Blood Maiden replied, "Yes, but it's best not to use force." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Blood Maiden replied, "It's too strong. It's only in its defensive state now, but if we try to break through by force, then it'll enter its offensive state. At that time, even though we wouldn't have to fear its attacks, don't forget that many others in the city want to kill us. Moreover, even if we break through it by force, it'll consume a huge amount of our strength, and it'll make the situation even more disadvantageous to us." Yang Yi fell silent for a few moments and replied, "Who activated the formation?" Blood Maiden replied, "The city governor's estate of Divine Ruin City." Yang Yi nodded and glanced at the surroundings. "Second sister, third sister, help protect me while I prepare something. It won't take too long." Blood Maiden glanced at him and nodded. "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, all of them surrounded Yang Yi. At the same time, Boundary Maiden even created a barrier around Yang Yi, so outsiders couldn't see him. The experts in the surroundings became anxious upon witnessing this. They were naturally afraid that Yang Yi would run away. Their strengths were utterly insufficient to rise to the large universe, and they only had a chance if they relied on the wooden sword. So, they would absolutely not five up on it. Especially those experts whose lifespans were almost over. It may be their last chance. Even though they were worried that Yang Yi would flee, none of them dared to attack. What a joke. They'd witnessed Blood Maiden and the other's strength. Every single one of them was a monstrous genius. Moreover, even the Night Assassins had been repulsed, so how could they be a match for Blood Maiden and the others? No one dared to attack. Blood Maiden and the others paid no attention to the experts in the surroundings, and all of them were healing. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi immediately went to the ancient spirit python once he appeared in it. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, the ancient spirit python was on the verge of death. Snowy immediately flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder when she saw him, and then she pointed at the python. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and walked over to the python. "Follow me or die." The python was quite strong, especially because it was a physical strength type. If it was willing to submit to him, then his strength would rise a level higher. At that time, he would definitely be able to crush 6th-stage True Realm experts with just physical strength. As for when he used the sword, his attacks would improve tremendously. He knew the current situation well, so he had to stop at nothing to improve his strength. The python glanced at Yang Yi and didn't reply. Yang Yi frowned at the sight of this. Suddenly, Qiongqi appeared before the python, and then they started to converse. A short while passed before the python looked up at Yang Yi, remained silent for a moment, and then nodded. Yang Yi gazed at Qiongqi, and the latter explained, 3 years. Let it go after 3 years. Yang Yi nodded. No problem. The python immediately transformed into a black shadow that vanished on the spot, and then a small tattoo appeared on Yang Ye's right arm. It was the ancient spirit python. Meanwhile, Qiongqi said, "Kid, that fellow isn't ordinary in the large universe. If his main body was here, even my main body may not be able to defeat it in a competition of physical strength." Yang Yi was quite surprised. "It's that strong." Qiongqi nodded. "Very." That fellow from before didn't dare to make it use too much strength because he couldn't endure it at all. As for you, you can. After all, your hand isn't any ordinary hand. However, if it's possible, it's best if you use around 70% of its strength. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Qiongqi explained, because if you use its full strength, your body will enter into a state of extreme exhaustion once its strength leaves you. At that time, anyone will be able to kill you. Qiongqi paused for a moment and continued. You must realize that both it and your arm don't really belong to you. So, there's a price to pay when using strength that surpasses the endurance of your body. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. He turned around and intended to leave, but Snowy grabbed his arm and shot a pitiable gaze at him. Yang Yi rubbed her head lightly. You can't go out and play right now. It's very dangerous out there. We'll take you outside once it isn't dangerous, all right? Even though she wasn't very willing, she still nodded. Yang Yi gave her a light peck, and then he left the primordial pagoda with Qiongqi. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and leaped up on Qiongqi's back. After that, he waved his right hand. Come, let's go to the city governor's estate. Yang Yi's group set off for the city governor's estate. They didn't fly and just walked there. Countless experts followed them from the shadows. Yang Yi ignored all of those experts. So long as they didn't attack, he wouldn't create trouble for himself by looking for trouble with them. Just like that, Yang Yi's group arrived at the city governor's estate. Yang Yi gazed at it from afar. City governor of Divine Ruined City, let us leave the city, all right? A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded. Leave the sword behind and you can go, otherwise, die. In an instant, the atmosphere here became tense. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1822. Can I surrender? Leave the sword behind or die. Blood Maiden and the others' expressions turned gloomy when they heard the person's voice. Obviously, it was impossible to resolve this peacefully. Yang Yi gazed at the city governor's estate in silence for a long time, and then he said, I don't want any trouble. The voice resounded again. Then leave the sword behind. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I don't want trouble, but am not afraid of it. Am right here, and so is the sword. If you have the ability, then come get it. Creak. Suddenly, the door to the estate opened slowly, and then a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe walked out from within. The middle-aged man stopped around 300 m away from Yang Yi's group. He sized them up, and then his gaze descended onto the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp. He looked at it in silence for a short while, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. If you were smart, you would have given it up. With the natural talent you possess, you may not even need it to ascend to the large universe in the future. Yang Yi chuckled. You're right, but I'm really unable to abandon it just to live. Moreover, it's mine, so why should I give it to someone else? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. Right? It's normal for a person like you to have a temper. Since that's the case, there's no need to say anything else. He glanced at the surroundings and continued, Everyone, my Nangong clan's strength isn't sufficient to kill them. However, if everyone in the city joins forces, then it shouldn't be a problem to kill all of them. So, if you intend to fight for the sword, then please come forward, and then well join forces against them. If you refuse, then my Nangong clan will have no choice but to deactivate the formation and allow them to leave. Deactivate the formation. Many experts hiding in the shadows couldn't stay calm anymore. Once Yang Yi's group was allowed to leave the city, then so long as they went into hiding, no one would be able to find Yang Yi's group. So, many started to become quite anxious. However, no one stepped forward either. They wanted to sit and watch the battle before reaping the rewards. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, Since you're not stepping forward, then my Nangong clan will be forced to deactivate the formation. Suddenly, an old man appeared here. The old man gazed at the middle-aged man. City Governor Nangong, you can't deactivate it. If you do, it'll be difficult to find Yang Yi again. The middle-aged man glanced at the old man and replied, "Oh, Senior Lu Gu. What? Are you representing the others who are still hiding?" "Sort of." Lu Gu continued, "City Governor Nangong, we can join forces, but I'd like to know who'll get the wooden sword once Yang Yi is killed. It isn't something that only I would like to know. Even the others would like to know the answer as well." The middle-aged man, Nangong Tian, smiled. "I've naturally thought about that. There's only one sword, but so many here. So, some will gain nothing after risking their lives in battle." He paused for a moment and continued, "I have a way to overcome that. So, how about I hold a competition after we get the sword? The strongest wins and takes the sword. Of course, it's fine if you don't get the sword because my Nangong clan is willing to give every one of you a lifespan fruit that increases your lifespan by 100 years. A lifespan fruit. Lu Gu's expression became quite solemn once he heard Nangong Tian. After attaining the 6th stage of the true realm, ordinary techniques weren't very enticing to them anymore. The only thing that was extremely enticing to them was treasures that could increase their lifespan. 100 extra years were sometimes able to change a person's fate. Lu Gu nodded slightly. The Nangong clan is wealthy indeed. I think that it works for us. As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind him trembled, and then over 40 people appeared here. All of them were 6th-stage True Realm experts. Nangong Tian glanced at them, and then he waved his right hand. 10 men in silver armor instantly appeared behind him. 52 6th-stage True Realm experts. Needless to say, it was an extremely terrifying force. However, it was normal because practically all the 6th-stage True Realm experts in the Medium Universe were gathered here in Heaven Pillar Mountain. Moreover, even if there weren't tens of thousands of 6th-stage True Realm experts in the Medium Universe, a few thousand definitely existed. The group of 52 6th-stage True Realm experts gazed at Yang Yi's group. Meanwhile, Nangong Tian suddenly said, "Leave the sword behind and you can leave. All right?" Blood Maiden and the others gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked down at the wooden sword in his grasp. He could leave safely if he handed it over. Moreover, no one would come looking for trouble with him anymore. But could he? He couldn't, because if he did, even he would look down on himself. Moreover, it would go against his sword Dao. His sword Dao was one where he would rather die than submit. Giving the sword away to survive would be no different than that. So, he couldn't hand it over. Yang Yi looked up at Nangong Tian. "It's right over here. Come get it if you can." The atmosphere here instantly became tense when they heard him. Blood Maiden and the others had calm expressions on their faces, and they weren't surprised at all, because they knew him well. He was someone who never gave in to threats. So, making him yield was just a dream. Nangong Tian and the others' faces fell when they heard Yang Yi. If they were being honest, they didn't want to fight Yang Yi's group to the death. Even though they had a crushing advantage in numbers, the experts on Yang Yi's side weren't ordinary at all. So, if they fought to the death, it would absolutely cause both sides to suffer tremendous losses. Thus, they hoped that Yang Yi would hand the sword over, but they hadn't expected him to still refuse under such circumstances. Nangong Tian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. "Since that's the case, then just die." He waved his right hand once he finished speaking. In an instant, the barrier of light in the sky trembled, and then beams of light descended from above. These beams were aimed at Yang Yi, Blood Maiden, and the others. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and he was about to attack. However, Blood Maiden suddenly grabbed his arm and shook her head. After that, she gazed at Blind Maiden. The latter nodded slightly and floated up into the air. Yang Yi asked, "Will she be all right?" Blood Maiden gazed at Blind Maiden. "When she opens her eyes, even our eldest sister has to avoid her." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Blind Maiden stopped in midair, and then she looked up. After that, she removed the cloth which covered her eyes. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light surged out from her eyes, and then the entire sky was covered by those 2 beams of golden light. At the same time, hissing resounded throughout the sky. At this moment, no one here could open their eyes. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. Even if he covered his eyes with sword and tint, Yang Yi still couldn't open his eyes. The light simply surpassed the light of the sun, and it was impossible to look at. Everyone here was shocked. If someone could open their eyes at this moment, they would notice that the entire sky above the city was covered in beams of golden light, and they were like threads which crisscrossed and sliced through the sky. Everywhere they passed, space was sliced open, causing the space above the city to seem like an enormous net. As for the formation around the city, it had vanished without a trace. Around 10 breaths of time later, the sky gradually returned to normal. Everyone opened their eyes simultaneously and gazed at Blind Maiden. Her eyes were closed tight, and there were 2 streams of bloody tears running down her eyes. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden appeared before her and grabbed her arm. After that, Blood Maiden brought her to Yang Yi and said, "Let her rest in there." Yang Yi nodded and transported Blind Maiden into the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Nangong Tian suddenly said, "I'm truly surprised. I didn't expect someone so outstanding to be amongst you. The formation of my city was actually destroyed by a single person. I'm truly surprised." Yang Yi glanced at Nangong Tian, and then he gazed at Blood Maiden. "Second sister, take them and leave." Blood Maiden turned to look at Yang Lianshuang and Nether Maiden. "Both of you take them and leave. Hide and don't show yourselves." Nether Maiden was about to say something when Yang Lianshuang nodded. "I understand." As she spoke, she gazed at Nanjing and the others. "Come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of black light that shot into the sky. Nether Maiden and the others were quite hesitant. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly said, "Hurry up if you don't want to die." Nether Maiden and the others finally started moving when they heard her, and all of them shot up into the sky. Lu Gu was about to attack when he witnessed this, but Nangong Tian stopped him. Lu Gu gazed at Nangong Tian with bewilderment, and the latter spoke indifferently, "It's fine as long as Yang Yi doesn't leave. Their departure is a good thing for us." Lu Gu was stunned, and then he nodded. It didn't take long for only 3 people to remain here: Yang Yi, Blood Maiden, and Nanjing. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing, and the latter gazed at him as well. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Head inside." She didn't refuse and entered the primordial pagoda. Once Nanjing entered the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden. "Second sister, you leave too." Blood Maiden replied, "You'll die." Yang Yi shook his head. "Trust me." She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "I'll trust you." She paused for a moment and continued, "I promise to avenge you if you die." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the sky. Only Yang Yi remained here. Meanwhile, Nangong Tian suddenly said, "Yang Yi, come. Let me see how you'll fight 50 on your own." Yang Yi gazed at Nangong Tian. "Forget it. Can I surrender?" All of the experts here felt speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1823. Kill Me. Surrender? Nangong Tian and the others were quite stunned when they heard Yang Yi. They thought they'd heard wrongly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "Don't kill me if I surrender, all right?" Nangong Tian and the others exchanged glances. This time, they were sure they hadn't misheard. A moment of silence ensued, and then Nangong Tian gazed at Yang Yi. "Hand it over, and you can leave." Lu Gu seemed to want to say something, but Nangong Tian stopped him with a wave of the hand. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "All right, they'll give you the wooden sword." As he spoke, he gazed at the wooden sword while his eyes flickered with reluctance, sadness. Nangong Tian and the others stared at Yang Yi. At this moment, their breathing had quickened slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the wooden sword flew over to Nangong Tian. After he tossed the sword to Nangong Tian, Yang Yi had turned around and vanished on the spot. At this moment, no one paid any attention to Yang Yi, and everyone was looking at Nangong Tian. Because the sword was in his possession, Nangong Tian slowly stroked the wooden sword with a trace of excitement in his eyes. Even though it's in a sealed state, it's a good sword, a peerless sword. He seemed to have thought of something at this point, and he turned around to glance at the others. "Don't worry, am not someone who goes back on his word. Let's hold the competition right now. Of course, before we begin, I'd like to ask if anyone doesn't want to participate. If you choose not to participate, you can get a lifespan fruit immediately and leave safely. Many fell silent. A short while passed before a middle-aged man stepped forward. City Governor Nangong, I won't be participating. Nangong Tian nodded slightly, and then he waved his hand. A crystalline and translucent fruit appeared before the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man cupped his fist to Nangong Tian. Thank you. He took the fruit and vanished into the sky. Once there was a first, it didn't take long for a second, a third, and a fourth to appear. In just a short while, 40 out of the 50+ here had decided against participating. It was normal because while they would have to obtain the wooden sword, they may also die. Those who left knew their own strength well, and they knew it was utterly insufficient to fight an expert like Nangong Tian. Moreover, even if they obtained it, their strength wasn't enough to keep it. So, they decisively chosen to take the fruit and leave. They were satisfied with obtaining a lifespan fruit. Only 12 people remained here now. Nangong Tian glanced at them. In the end, he gazed at Lu Gu. At the same time, Lu Gu said, I've consumed 3 lifespan fruits. Nangong Tian was slightly stunned, and then he nodded. I understand. One could only consume 3 lifespan fruits at most. Moreover, its effects diminished with every time. So, consuming another would only provide practically insignificant effects. Nangong Tian said, since that's the case, let's begin right now. We'll divide ourselves into 2 groups. The winning 6 will fight again in 2 groups, and then the final 3 will decide on the victor. All right? Lu Gu nodded. I have no objections. The others nodded to display that they didn't object as well. It didn't take long for them to be divided into 2 groups. Nangong Tian waved his right hand, and they instantly appeared in space. A spatial battlefield. He would naturally not allow them to fight in the city. Even though the space in the city was extremely strong, the buildings in it weren't. The buildings couldn't endure their strength. So, Head created a battlefield in space. Now, it was time to compete. The 12 of them started their respective battles. 2 hours later, only 6 remained. Amongst the other 6, 2 had vanished from this world forever, and the remaining 4 had left the spatial battlefield. The 6 winners were divided into 2 groups again, and they started fighting once more. This time, the fights were even more intense, and the entire battlefield shook violently. Around 4 hours later, only 3 were left here. They were Lu Gu, Nangong Tian, and an old man in a gray robe. As for the other 3, they'd perished. The atmosphere here became quite heavy. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man suddenly said, City Governor Nangong, I have 2 juniors who are about to reach the end of their lifespan. I need 4 lifespan fruits to keep them alive. So, Nangong Tian pondered deeply for a moment and waved his right hand. 4 lifespan fruits appeared before the old man. The old man glanced at Nangong Tian, cupped his fist and said, Thank you. He took the fruits and immediately vanished from the battlefield. Now, only Nangong Tian and Lu Gu remained. Nangong Tian gazed at Lu Gu. Brother Lu, do you have any requests? Or perhaps you want to fight to the death? Lu Gu fell silent for a long time, and then he looked up at Nangong Tian. Actually, you wouldn't hand it over even if I won, right? Nangong Tian spoke indifferently. Brother Lu, why do you say that? Lu Gu chuckled. It doesn't matter. Brother Lu, I want 4 lifespan fruits as well. I wonder if that's all right. Nangong Tian smiled, of course. He waved his right hand and 4 lifespan fruits appeared before Lu Gu. Lu Gu took them and was about to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. There's something I find strange. Yang Yi doesn't seem like someone who'll make a compromise. However, he handed over the wooden sword so quickly. He smiled, didn't speak further, and just vanished into the sky. Nangong Tian frowned. He flipped his palm, and the wooden sword appeared in his grasp. He fell into deep thought as he gazed at it. A short while passed before he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded through the battlefield. A ray of light flashed, and the powerful sword energy emanated from it caused the battlefield to be torn apart. Visit Rieadle Me for extra chapters. At this moment, Nangong Tian's hairs were standing on end. A moment later, a terrifying aura swept out from him while he grabbed the wooden sword with both hands, turned around, and swung it. However, he noticed to his astonishment that the wooden sword started to tremble violently. After that, a wave of powerful sword energy surged out from it. If this happened a while ago, his strength would have been sufficient to suppress the wooden sword. Yet now, he couldn't, because there was another sword here, and that one was even more terrifying than the wooden sword, because it was in the hands of someone. So, he had to abandon the wooden sword. As soon as he released it, the sword transformed into a ray of light that vanished from his field of vision. Meanwhile, a sword had arrived just a few inches away from his forehead. However, the sword stopped when it arrived just before his forehead, and it was because Head grabbed the sword with both hands. Yang Yi was standing in front of him. It was a trap? At this moment, he finally understood that all of it was a trap. Yang Yi had handed it over to break up their group and make them fight each other, and Yang Yi had succeeded. Once all the experts benefited from it, they left, and only he was left behind. Suddenly, a smile curled up on Yang Yi's face, and then the ancient spirit python appeared on his right arm. After that, Yang Yi twisted his right hand. Hiss! Nangong Tian's hands were minced apart. Hiss! A ray of light flashed through Nangong Tian's forehead, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Yang Yi was behind Nangong Tian. Meanwhile, Nangong Tian's body stiffened, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. Such strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the color in his eyes gradually faded. A short while later, there was no life left in Nangong Tian's eyes. Yang Yi waved his right hand and Nangong Tian's head fell off his neck. After that, Yang Yi stored Nangong Tian's corpse within the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, over a dozen powerful auras charged up into the sky from within the city governor's estate on the ground below. Yang Yi shot a glance at them. He didn't choose to leave, and he just left Nangong Tian's head in his left hand as he walked towards the entrance of the city governor's estate. A moment later, he raised the wooden sword in his right hand and swung it at the city governor's estate. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then a strand of sword energy that stretched forward for over 300 m descended. Boom! It chopped the entire city into two. Meanwhile, 13 sixth-stage True Realm experts appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Their expressions were extremely gloomy as they gazed at the city which had been chopped into two, and the gloominess in their eyes transformed into disbelief when they saw Nangong Tian's head. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at them and pointed at himself. "Kill me if you can." Their faces grew even more unsightly, but none of them dared to attack. None. Yang Yi ignored them and walked towards the city gates. Just like that, he walked out of the city while holding Nangong Tian's head. Every single step he took left a little blood behind on the ground. It was the blood that flowed down from Nangong Tian's head. Many auras were hiding in the surroundings, but none of them dared to attack. Just like that, they watched as he held a bloody head in his hand and walked step by step out of the city. Drip, drip. Only the sound of blood dripping down to the ground could be heard throughout the street. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1824, Lifespan Fruit. At this moment, the Nangong clan was embarrassed. Because Yang Yi hadn't just destroyed the city governor's estate, he was holding their patriarch's head, and he was about to leave right before everyone's eyes. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Try to kill him? They didn't dare to do that, because they would have to pay a painful price to accomplish that. After all, there weren't a few dozen true realm experts here any longer. Now, there were only a little over a dozen of them. Moreover, Yang Yi wasn't all by himself. There were those terrifying women supporting him as well. Once they attacked him and those women showed themselves, then the Nangong clan would vanish from the face of the world. Since the Nangong clan didn't dare to attack him, the others hiding in the shadows didn't dare to as well. Most sixth-stage True Realm experts were no match for Yang Yi at his current strength. As for the truly senior sixth-stage True Realm experts, they wouldn't rashly fight Yang Yi to the death, because even if they won, they may be left seriously injured after the battle. At that time, others would reap the rewards. Moreover, everyone knew that Yang Yi wasn't alone, and there was a group of monstrous geniuses standing behind him. So, no one dared to act. They just watched as Yang Yi walked out of the city. Yang Yi stopped outside Divine Ruin City, and then he waved his hand. Nangong Tian's head flew up and was hung above the city gates. A moment later, Yang Yi turned to look towards the city and said, "If you want my sword and my life, feel free to come for it. I'm ready whenever you are." His figure vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. The entire city fell deathly silent. It didn't take long for everything Yang Yi did in the Divine Ruins City to spread rapidly. At this moment, everyone throughout Heaven Pillar Mountain knew Yang Yi's name. Previously, the experts throughout Heaven Pillar Mountain knew Yang Yi because he had the wooden sword which could pierce the barrier. But at that time, they knew very little about him, and they merely knew that he was a slightly strong genius. Yet now, they realized that this genius wasn't just slightly strong. He was absolutely strong. Yang Yi didn't know that the incident in Divine Ruin City made many experts give up on targeting him. They knew their strengths very well. Since even the governor of Divine Ruin City had been killed by Yang Yi, how could they survive? The wooden sword was good, but their lives were better. If they lost their lives, the sword would be meaningless to them. However, there were some who weren't willing to give up, and they were those who were confident in their strength. After all, if they still dared to target Yang Yi after finding out about his true strength, then they were definitely extremely strong existences or huge fools. Once he left Divine Ruin City, Yang Yi didn't contact Yang Lianshuang and the others. He found a spot, sat down cross-legged, and entered the Primordial Pagoda. The Primordial Pagoda, recover. Since the battle began, had exhausted his strength too much, especially his profound energy. It was practically completely depleted. His body was in an extremely exhausted state as well. At this moment, he had to rest well. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi's body had recovered completely, and his profound energy was at its peak again. Had recovered completely again. It was time to refine sword servants. He naturally hadn't wasted the corpses of all the sixth-stage True Realm experts had killed earlier. Even though the sword servants he refined weren't as strong as true sixth-stage True Realm experts, they couldn't be underestimated. Refining sword servants wasn't easy, and it took him an entire day to complete each one. 3 days later, Yang Yi had refined 3 new sword servants, so now he had a total of 5. He had a few more corpses, but he couldn't refine any more. Because controlling 5 was his limit. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he decided to send those 5 sword servants to Su Qingshi and the others. They weren't very helpful to him because if he wanted to flee, then his current strength allowed him to escape from most sixth-stage True Realm experts with ease. Conversely, if someone could catch up to him, that person's strength definitely surpassed him tremendously, so even 10 sword servants wouldn't make a difference. Besides that, he would feel much more at ease if they were with Su Qingshi and the others. They weren't just able to protect Su Qingshi and the others, they allowed him to be aware of the situation over there at all times. If Su Qingshi and the others were in danger, he could find out at any time. Moreover, those 5 sword servants could buy him some time to get there and save them. Yang Yi didn't hesitate a moment longer and sent them to Su Qingshi and the others. With the strength those sword servants possessed, it would take a day at most for them to get there. After that, Yang Yi waved his left hand, and then Nangong Tian's corpse appeared before him. He gestured with his left hand, and the ring on Nangong Tian's finger flew into his grasp. Yang Yi was stunned when he scanned through it with his divine sense. It was because the space within the ring was enormous. It was over 10 kilometers wide, and Yang Yi found something in it. A tree. A huge tree that was over 300 m tall, and there were numerous crystalline and translucent fruits on it. Lifespan fruits. Yang Yi took a glance at them. There were almost 60 of them on the tree. 60 lifespan fruits. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite excited. These fruits weren't very useful to him, but they were a form of lethal temptation to the old sixth stage, true realm experts who were about to reach the end of their lifespan. So, while he had no use for them, he could use them to draw people over to his side or sell them for things that he needed. Besides the tree, there were many other things in the ring. However, they couldn't catch Yang Ye's eye. His current equipment was extraordinarily godly, so ordinary treasures really couldn't catch his attention. Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi moved the tree into the primordial pagoda, and then something shocking occurred. The tree started to tremble, and then it started to grow. Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the tree grew from its initial height of 300 m to a height of over 1 kilometer. It was an entire 3 times taller. Besides that, the lifespan fruits on it had almost doubled in size. At the same time, the entire fruit was covered in small fruits. The fruits were very small, and they were only the size of a thumb. Obviously, they were lifespan fruits. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite stunned. Meanwhile, Little Sky and Snowy suddenly appeared by his side. It's because of the violet energy. Little Sky spoke softly. The violet energy here far surpasses the spirit energy out there. It isn't just effective on humans and demon beasts, it's effective on natural treasures as well. Or it should be said that it's effective on all living beings. She gazed at the tree and continued. The violet energy here can stimulate its potential and help it grow to its best potential. And the violet energy here is also very beneficial to the people, demon beasts, Snowy, you, me, and everyone else in here. Snowy hurriedly nodded while she stood on Little Sky's shoulder, and then she waved her claw. Threads of violet energy were instantly caught within her claw, and then she opened her mouth and swallowed it. A short while later, she patted her stomach lightly, and then she spat out a thumb-sized violet-colored crystal. Yang Yi and Little Sky were stunned when they saw the violet crystal. Meanwhile, Snowy passed it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took it, and it didn't take long for an extremely solemn expression to appear on his face. Because the energy within violet crystal was extremely pure, and it was at least 3 times purer than the energy pearl's head used in the past. In the past, he had to consume 3 or move energy pearls in order to fully recover his profound energy, and it would take at least an hour. Yet now, he just had to consume a single violet crystal, and he would be able to fully replenish his profound energy. As for the time, based on his estimations, it would take no more than 15 minutes. What did that represent? This represented that he didn't have to worry about profound energy when he fought in the future. So long as he was in battle, he just had to consume a single violet crystal, and his profound energy would be replenished incessantly. So long as he had profound energy, he could use the violet energy within him to ceaselessly repair his body and execute all sorts of powerful sword techniques. Yang Yi became excited when he thought up to this point. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then he gazed at Snowy. Snowy, how many of this can you make? Snowy blinked, and then she started waving her claws about. The smile on Yang Yi's face gradually vanished, because it was much more difficult to create than those ordinary energy pearls. Simply speaking, it was quite difficult for her to create violet crystals. The reason she'd been able to create one so quickly just now was because she'd already swallowed a huge amount of violet energy before this, and she'd condensed it within her body. Simply speaking, every single violet crystal she created took at least 3 days to make. Moreover, that was only during times that she wasn't just playing all day and concentrated on creating a violet crystal. If she was enjoying herself, then it would probably take around 2 weeks to create one. 2 weeks. It was naturally too slow. Yang Yi took Snowy in his heart when he thought about that, and he smiled. Snowy, can you make a little more of this for me? Just a little more? Snowy blinked, and then she nodded. Right when Yang Yi was feeling happy, Snowy suddenly raised her little claw and started waving it. Conditions. She had conditions. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1825, The Nether Abyss. Conditions. Needless to say, Snowy was growing shrewd. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. Tell me what your conditions are. She cracked a smile and started waving her claws about. It only took a moment for Yang Yi to understand what her conditions were. Snowy's conditions were very simple. She wanted to go out and play. Yang Yi hadn't allowed her to go out for safety's sake, because he didn't know when he would encounter danger, and if Snowy was out there, she would be in extreme danger once he suddenly encountered danger. Yang Yi was about to refuse, but he couldn't bring himself to do it when he saw the hope which filled Snowy's eyes. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and said, I can let you come outside. However, you have to promise me 2 things. Don't start nodding yet. I haven't even told you what my conditions are. Snowy cracked a smile, and then she hugged Yang Yi's face and rubbed her head against his forehead to display that she would agree to anything. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled before he spoke softly. You can go out and play, but you must enter the pagoda immediately if I get into a fight. That's all right with you, right? Snowy blinked and nodded. Yang Yi continued, 1 more condition. You're not allowed to act recklessly. Snowy was much more mischievous than she had been in the past, especially now that she had learned all sorts of sword techniques. Yang Yi was truly quite afraid of her. For the sake of going out there to have some fun, Snowy didn't hesitate to nod and display her agreement. Yang Yi smiled. He didn't choose to leave the pagoda, and he went to the cultivation room on the 3rd level instead. Sky Maiden, Blind Maiden, and a Nanjing were here. At this moment, a Nanjing was looking at Sky Maiden. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Sky Maiden. At this moment, her eyes were shut tight, and a faint yet powerful aura was coming from her. Yang Yi walked in her direction, but a Nanjing suddenly stopped him. Be careful. Yang Yi asked, why? A Nanjing replied, don't get within 3 of her. There's a powerful devouring force there, and it's very dangerous. A devouring force. Yang Yi turned to look at Sky Maiden. He knew her ability well. Yin Yin's unique physique had allowed her to devour many things in the past, and her ability grew even more terrifying after she obtained the Heaven Devourer technique from Grandpa Whitebeard. Who was the old man? Yang Yi was quite curious. Unfortunately, she wouldn't tell him at all. She might have if she was still just Yin. Yang Yi withdrew his thoughts and gazed at Nanjing. Do you want to head outside? She shook her head in response. I want to cultivate here. She paused for a moment and continued. This is a paradise for cultivating. Yang Yi smiled. I think so too. Actually, his natural talent was inferior to a Nanjing, Nether Maiden, and the others. The reason he possessed such accomplishments was mainly because of the violet energy and cultivation room within the primordial pagoda. Especially the cultivation room, it allowed him to cultivate quicker. If a Nanjing cultivated here, then based on her natural talent, it would absolutely be horrifying. However, it was a good thing for him. The stronger she was, the better it was for him. Yang Yi chatted with her for a while, and then he went over to Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden looked much better now. Of course, it was because of the primordial violet energy. Yang Yi sized up Blind Maiden and said, 3rd sister, how do you feel? He knew that destroying the formation with that move had exhausted her tremendously. Otherwise, Blood Maiden wouldn't have asked him to send her here. Blind Maiden shook her head slightly. Am fine now. This place is extraordinary. She paused for a moment and continued, don't let outsiders know about it. Otherwise, you'll suffer great trouble. Yang Yi smiled. You're not an outsider. Blind Maiden was slightly stunned, and then an imperceptible arc curled up on the corners of her mouth. A few breaths of time later, she shook her head slightly. Just listen to me. The heart of man is a complicated one. Possessing such a precious treasure makes it impossible to prevent others from coveting it. So, it's best not to expose it unless it's necessary. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Besides those close to him, he would absolutely not allow others to be aware of the primordial pagoda, because he was very well aware that once others found out that he had it, then he would never have a day of peace in his life. Or it should be said that he would definitely die. At that time, besides ancient cultivators, even the almighty figures of the large universe may come for him. In short, unless the old man in Taoist robes came to protect him, he would die. Yang Yi spoke with Blind Maiden for a while, and then he gazed at Snowy, who was sitting on his shoulder. He smiled. Come, let's go outside. Yang Yi and Snowy vanished on the spot. In the world outside, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he crushed a transmission talisman. It only took a moment for the space in front of him to tremble slightly. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi and Snowy vanished on the spot. Even though Heaven Pillar Mountain was just a mountain, it was huge. Besides the 4 cities, there were numerous towering mountain ranges all around Heaven Pillar Mountain. They were extremely dangerous mountain ranges, because there may be peerless experts, senior cultivators, or even ancient cultivators in the mountain ranges. So, people normally didn't dare to step foot into them. Yang Yi, on the other hand, didn't think that much. He just entered the boundless mountain range. However, he didn't do so openly, and he concealed his aura completely. Snowy's face was covered in excitement as she stood on his shoulder, and she kept looking all around her. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop before a mountain. As soon as he did, Blood Maiden and the others appeared before him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. They seemed visibly relieved when they saw him. They had been extremely worried just now. After all, Yang Yi had been facing over 56 stage True Realm experts. Even if all of them were there, they wouldn't have been able to defeat such a huge number of experts, but Yang Yi had chosen to face them on his own. Fortunately, he was fine. Blood Maiden asked, "Is our eldest sister all right?" Yang Yi nodded. "She's very stable right now, but I don't know when she'll be done." Blood Maiden shook her head. "I don't know either, but it's fine so long as she's stable." Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Besides, for the sake of helping you, I made them go to you and help you for one other reason, and it's because I hope that you'll help us with something." She seemed to have thought of something at this point and added, "We didn't help you because we needed your help." Yang Yi smiled. "Second sister, it's fine. I've never thought about it like that. I'm serious. If I did, I wouldn't call you my second sister." He truly trusted them, because he knew that they wouldn't try to harm him. Moreover, if he couldn't even trust them, then there may be no one left in this world whom he could trust. Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and smiled. "I was overthinking things." Yang Yi said, "Go on. Tell me what you need my help with." Blood Maiden spoke solemnly. "Help us destroy a barrier." "A barrier?" Yang Yi continued. "You aren't thinking about asking me to destroy the barrier over Heaven Pillar Mountain, right?" Blood Maiden shook her head. "Even if you have the wooden sword, you can't break through that barrier with your current strength. The barrier we need you to break is much easier than that. However, it isn't very easy. At the very least, we can't do it." The corners of his mouth twitched. "You call that easy?" How strong were Blood Maiden, Blind Maiden, and the others? If it was a barrier that even they couldn't break, then he didn't even have to see it to know how terrifying it was. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden said, "That place is a place that Pavilion Master Sio once stayed at. However, a barrier she left behind is present there. Our strength isn't sufficient to break through it at all. Only you, or to be more precise, only the combined strength of you and that sword of yours may have a chance to break through it." The wooden sword. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and it appeared in his grasp. Needless to say, he still hadn't seen anything that the wooden sword couldn't pierce through. It was extremely strong indeed. Blood Maiden said, "It's the place where Pavilion Master Sio was last seen, so we must go there and have a look. Only then will we be able to find out if she has gone to the large universe or somewhere else." Yang Yi asked, "Have the members of the Nether Pavilion come, or is it just all of you?" Blood Maiden replied, "The Pavilion Master is here too. However, Fanny New and her didn't come with us. As for where they are, even I don't really know. We rarely communicated with them upon arriving here." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Second sister, are all of you searching for your previous Pavilion Master just to determine her whereabouts?" Blood Maiden fell silent. Yang Yi said, "It's fine. If you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. Let's go." Meanwhile, Blood Maiden spoke softly. "It's not that I can't tell you. It's that it does you no good to know. However, you'll find out when the time is right." Yang Yi smiled. "All right. Where's the barrier?" Blood Maiden turned to look towards the distance. She fell silent for a long time and replied, "The Nether Abyss." a forbidden area in Heaven Pillar Mountain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1826, The Spirit-Shaping Tree and Soul-Nurturing Flower. Yang Yi frowned. The Nether Abyss? A forbidden area here? Blood Maiden nodded. There are numerous dangerous places throughout Heaven Pillar Mountain, but only 3 are considered the most dangerous. One of them is the Nether Abyss. According to rumor, a senior cultivator entered it once, and he never came back. Yang Yi asked, "That place was created by your Nether Pavilion's previous master?" Blood Maiden nodded slightly. Pavilion Master Seo lived there all those years ago. Yang Yi spoke softly. "She's that strong." Xiao Seo. Yang Yi had heard that name on more than one occasion, and he knew that she was extremely strong. However, he hadn't expected her to be that strong, because where she once resided had become a forbidden area in Heaven Pillar Mountain. After all, every single expert here was a very old and established expert. Since even they thought of it as a forbidden area, it was obvious how terrifying Xiao Seo was. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, "Let's go there now." Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, "I'll stay here." All of them gazed at her. Yang Lianshuang grinned. "I just feel that we must establish a base of operations here. Moreover, we have to gain a full understanding of Heaven Pillar Mountain. After all, the distribution of forces here is complicated. We must know our enemies. Don't you think so too?" Blood Maiden thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right. Even though we know a little about this place, our knowledge is limited." She gazed at Yang Lianshuang and continued, "But it's very dangerous. Will you?" Yang Lianshuang smiled. "It's fine. They want to kill Yang Yi, and not me. Moreover, I won't establish it out in the open." Blood Maiden seemed to want to say something when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. "Second sister, trust her." He fully trusted Yang Lianshuang, because she wasn't just strong, she was absolutely intelligent as well. Intelligence. Yang Yi suddenly thought of someone when he thought up to this point, and he gazed at Blood Maiden. "Second sister, did Ding Xiaoyao come with all of you?" Ding Xiaoyao. That woman who had almost died for him in the past. He naturally hadn't forgotten her. Blood Maiden replied, "She came with us. However, she left on her own upon arriving here." Yang Yi frowned. "She left on her own?" Blood Maiden nodded. "I don't know what she's planning, but she's a very independent woman, and an extremely intelligent one. So, she should be fine. After all, no one knows about her link to you." Yang Yi nodded and didn't speak further. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly gazed at Resentment Maiden, Boundary Maiden, Light Maiden, Shadow Maiden, Ice Maiden, and Oblivion Maiden. "All 6 of you stay and help her." They nodded slightly. Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go." Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot with Blood Maiden, Nether Maiden, and the pig-riding young woman. Oblivion Maiden suddenly gazed at Yang Lianshuang. "What should we do?" Yang Lianshuang grinned. "We have a lot to do." She gazed at Oblivion Maiden and the others. "I want to create a temporary organization, and we'll call it the Queen Army. All right?" All of them felt speechless. Yang Yi shot through the boundless mountain range like a shadow while Snowy stood on his shoulder. As for Blood Maiden and the others, they'd entered the primordial pagoda. They'd gone to the cultivation room there. Since they found out about that heaven-defying cultivation room which Yang Yi possessed, they'd stayed there without any intention of leaving. All along the way, Yang Yi sensed numerous hidden and formidable auras. Fortunately, nothing happened because Head used the sword domain to conceal both himself and Snowy. So, unless someone passed by right in front of him, no one would be able to notice his presence. Besides that, he didn't want any trouble because his objective was the Nether Abyss. Around 6 hours later, Snowy suddenly wrapped her claws around Yang Yi's neck and pulled it backwards with all her might. "Stop." She was asking Yang Yi to stop. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. Meanwhile, Snowy raised her claw and pointed towards the right while excitement filled her eyes. A treasure. There was a treasure over there. Yang Yi knew her well, so he knew that Snowy had found some sort of treasure. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "We have to go somewhere else." Snowy blinked, and then she pointed in that direction while excitement and happiness filled her eyes. It was a very precious treasure. Snowy was telling him that the treasure over there was extremely precious. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly went into the primordial pagoda. It didn't take her long to emerge once more, and she had a lifespan fruit in her grasp. She pointed towards the right, pointed at the lifespan fruit, and then looked at it like it was worthless. Yang Yi felt speechless. The treasure over there was many times better than the lifespan fruits. That was what Snowy meant. Yang Yi was hesitant. He hesitated because he was very well aware that a place with a precious treasure was usually dangerous, especially in Heaven Pillar Mountain. The danger there would definitely be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Snowy raised her claw, and a violet crystal appeared there. She passed it over to Yang Yi, while pointing towards the right with her other claw. Obviously, she was telling him that she would give it to him if he went that way. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed her head gently and said, "All right, we'll go have a look, but we'll leave if there's danger. All right?" Actually, he was very curious as well, because it actually made Snowy so excited and happy. After all, Snowy was very picky. At the very least, lifespan fruits were nothing to her. Snowy immediately hugged Yang Yi's face when she heard him, and then she rubbed her head against his forehead. After that, she took Yang Yi's hand and pulled him towards the right. Yang Yi placed Snowy on his shoulder while a sword appeared in his grasp. This place was extremely dangerous, so he had to be careful. As for the treasure, he was just curious about it and wasn't determined to get it. Of course, it would be great if he could. It didn't take long for Snowy to lead him to a gorge. The gorge was surrounded by 3 mountains, and their locations were like the tips of a triangle that surrounded the gorge. The center of the area was like a basin that sunk down, and the surroundings were perfectly silent. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He sensed no auras here, and it was extremely quiet. He knew something was off. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed towards the depths of the area. Yang Yi looked over. The depths of the gorge was completely pitch black. Even sunlight couldn't penetrate it. As for him, he couldn't see anything in it either. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Something was really off. At this moment, Yang Yi had the intent to leave. He was very well aware that the greater a treasure was, the danger around it would usually be greater too. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned to look at the entrance to the gorge. A gray-robed man had suddenly appeared there. A 6th-stage True Realm expert. The gray-robed man glanced at the surroundings. In the end, he looked towards the depths of the gorge. He hesitated for a moment, and then he went towards its depths. The gray-robed man was clearly very vigilant. Profound energy fluctuated around him, and he was ready to attack at any moment. Just like that, Yang Yi watched the gray-robed man enter the darkness. A few breaths of time later, roaring laughter resounded from there. A spirit-shaping tree, a soul-nurturing flower, a fruit of rebirth. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect such divine treasures to be here. Ha ha ha. His voice was filled with joy, excitement, and a trace of madness. Yang Yi frowned. Spirit-shaping tree? Soul-nurturing flower? Fruit of rebirth? What the heck is that? Meanwhile, Qi's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Kid, those are treasures, very good treasures. Get them if you can. After that, Ho Qing's voice resounded in his mind as well. They're great treasures indeed. Yang Yi was about to speak when a shrill cry suddenly resounded from within the gorge, but it stopped abruptly just a moment later. The man's voice appeared abruptly and vanished swiftly. The gorge was silent once more. Snowy blinked, and then she couldn't help but grab Yang Yi's shoulder with both her claws. Suddenly, a huge amount of red liquid flowed out from the darkness. Blood. It was blood. Yang Yi looked in that direction for a long time, and then he immersed his mind into his body. He asked, "Both of you said they are great treasures. What are those things?" Qi explained, "The spirit-shaping tree can be planted within your mind. Once it fully merges with your spirit, your spiritual energy will surpass enlightened realm experts. Attaining that is absolutely beneficial. The soul-nurturing flower nurtures the soul. It's countless times superior to the Ku clan's soul-nurturing tree. If you obtain that flower and fuse it into your soul, then your soul will become absolutely terrifying. At that time, even a soul attack from an enlightened realm expert or Ho Ching's soul extraction wouldn't be able to harm you at all. He paused for a moment and continued. The most important is the fruit of rebirth. It can really achieve rebirth. Not only can it transform your body, it can save your life at the critical moment. Let me explain like this. Even if someone shatters your meridians and internal organs, it can still allow you to achieve rebirth. If you consume it right now, your undying hegemon technique will instantly rise to the second level, blood rebirth. Blood rebirth. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Simply speaking, so long as he obtained the treasures in there, his overall strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Suddenly, Yang Yi started moving towards the darkness. Yang Ye's face instantly turned grim, because he wasn't moving, but he was moving. Bang! Two types of intents swept out from him, but it only took a moment for his intents to be pressed back into his body. Yang Yi was shocked. He quickly contacted Xiong Qi and Ho Qing, but they didn't answer him at all. Yang Yi was horrified. He hurriedly circulated his profound energy, but it only took a moment for his profound energy to fall deathly silent. Thus, he moved his attention to the primordial pagoda and tried to use it, but it didn't react at all. Yang Ye's expression changed again. Everything was done in vain. Just like that, Yang Yi could only watch as his body walked slowly towards the darkness. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1827. Yang Ye's senior brother? Snowy blinked, and then she quickly wrapped her claws around Yang Yi and pulled backwards. But how could she pull him? At this moment, Snowy was anxious to the point of being on the verge of tears. Just like that, Yang Yi and Snowy walked into the darkness. Yang Yi had regained his calm and composure by now. Xiong Qi and Ho Qing remained silent, and the primordial pagoda was quiet. He knew that he definitely encountered something serious. So, acting rashly was completely useless right now. Yang Yi looked up. There was a tree around 30 m tall by the mountain wall. The tree was completely pitch black, and there were around 10 pure white flowers on it. The flowers were extremely white as if they were made from snow. Beneath the flowers were numerous fist-sized fruits. The fruits were completely red and seemed quite gorgeous. There was a man with shoulder-length hair seated cross-legged below the tree. Because the man's head was lowered, Yang Yi couldn't see his appearance. Yang Yi sized up the man and asked, "May I know who you are?" The man looked up at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi saw his appearance clearly. The man was around 30 years of age. He looked like a middle-aged man, and his face was calm and without a trace of evil. Suddenly, the man said, "You want this tree?" Yang Yi glanced at it and said, "I do." The man nodded slightly. "Everyone who wanted it is dead. However, you may be an exception." Yang Yi replied, "Please do tell." The man gazed at Yang Yi for a few breaths of time and said, "Your mentality isn't bad. Outstanding indeed. My goal is very simple. I want to leave this place. Can you help me?" Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "I don't really understand." Meanwhile, the man stood up slowly. As soon as he did, the area shook. In an instant, the 3 mountains that surrounded the gorge started to tremble violently, and then countless beams of light that were fine as threads shot out from the peaks of those mountains. In the end, they struck the middle-aged man. At this moment, it was like he was wearing a golden robe of nets. At the same time, a golden circle appeared below his feet. The circle was spinning rapidly while strands of golden light surged towards his feet, and then they covered him in layers. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "See?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "What's that?" The middle-aged man replied, "A formation. A formation used specially to trap people like me." Yang Yi said, "Your strength far surpasses my own. Since even you can't break through it, do you think that I can?" The middle-aged man suddenly gazed at the sword in Yang Ye's grasp. "You can't. But that sword of yours can. The wooden sword, Yang Yi said. You recognize it? The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Of course. The sovereign of man's sword. Everyone from the large universe recognizes it. The large universe. Yang Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected the man to actually be from up there. However, it did make sense, because only someone from up there would possess such terrifying strength. Yang Yi asked, "Who trapped you here?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "You wouldn't know even if I told you. So, it doesn't make a difference. So long as you can break open this formation, this tree is yours." Yang Yi asked, "What if I can't?" "Then leave your life behind." The middle-aged man continued, "I hope someone comes here, but I don't want many to come here. Especially some people. So, you should understand what I'm trying to say, right?" Yang Yi chuckled. "I don't seem to have a choice." "You have another choice." The middle-aged man said, "You can choose to kill me." "Kill?" Yang Yi shook his head and rejected that idea. The strength this middle-aged man revealed was absolutely superior to the woman in a red dress. Of course, he didn't know if it was still superior to her now, because her strength was gradually recovering. She was growing stronger with each passing day. So, he didn't know how strong she was right now. In short, the middle-aged man was definitely not someone he could resist. After standing there silently for a long time, Yang Yi held the wooden sword tightly while his profound energy surged madly. Around 2 breaths of time later, he suddenly swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy tore through the air and instantly struck the golden threads in front of the man. Clang! Sparks flickered. Around 2 breaths of time later, the middle-aged man looked down. The golden threads were still intact, but there was a mark on them. A change occurred in his eyes when he witnessed this. The middle-aged man looked up at Yang Yi, as expected of the sovereign of man's sword. "It can even damage this formation. Come on, continue." Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and waved the sword again. Just like that, Yang Yi swung the sword over and over again. As he ceaselessly swung it, the golden threads on the middle-aged man grew fewer and fewer. As for the golden circle below his feet, it grew dimmer and dimmer. Yang Yi would never place his hopes on someone else, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Everything was useless before absolute strength. However, Yang Yi was quite puzzled by why Cheong-Chi, Ho-Ching, and the primordial pagoda suddenly acted in that way. They feared him? Cheong-Chi and Ho-Ching may fear the middle-aged man, but they would definitely not be afraid of him. So, there was definitely another reason why they suddenly acted like this. However, he clearly didn't have the time to think about that right now. Swing after swing. Finally, after around an hour passed, the golden threads that surrounded the middle-aged man finally vanished completely. Yang Yi lowered his sword, moved aside, and then gazed at the middle-aged man. At the same time, he tightened his grip on his sword. If the middle-aged man went back on his word, then Yang Yi would naturally not just sit there and wait for death to arrive. He wasn't completely helpless against the middle-aged man. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He had one last trump card that he wasn't to use unless he had no other choice. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. "I'm finally free. After 10,000 years of imprisonment, I'm finally free." 10,000 years. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. He was actually imprisoned for 10,000 years. I wonder who imprisoned him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you know who imprisoned me here?" Yang Yi shook his head. The middle-aged man replied, "An old man wearing a Taoist's robes." The old man in Taoist's robes. Yang Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected this fellow to have been imprisoned here by the old man in Taoist's robes. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, "He was just a clone, but I know who he is." Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man. "Why did he imprison you?" The middle-aged replied, "Because I came down here when the barrier weakened. I had bad luck and encountered his clone once I descended here. Actually, I thought I would die because it was against the rules for people of the large universe to descend here. Those who go against the rules are sentenced to death. However, he didn't kill me." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't know. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I sense his aura from you. What's your relationship with him? Yang Yi didn't answer the question and replied with a question. Will you seek vengeance from him? Vengeance? The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he chuckled. Just a clone of his could seal me all those years ago. Do you think I can seek vengeance from him? Yang Yi smiled, right? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man waved his right hand, and the tree immediately floated over to Yang Yi. Hao Tian, always keep my word. This is yours. Yang Yi glanced at him and took the tree. Thank you. Hao Tian smiled. It's I who should thank you. Even I don't know how long more I'd be trapped here if it wasn't for you. Yang Yi glanced at the wooden sword and said, Why can it break through barriers? Hao Tian glanced at the wooden sword in Yang Ye's grasp, because it contains the energy of the sun, moon, and stars, the soul of the earth, and the spirit of all things. All formations rely on the world to be built and sustained. So, no matter what formation or barrier it is, so long as it's formed by relying on the world, it can't stop that sword. I see. Yang Yi nodded slightly. No wonder it stabbed through the barrier when it fell from the large universe. Meanwhile, Hao Tian said, however, there's a type of formation that doesn't rely on the world, and it forms a hole on its own. Your sword may find it difficult to pierce. However, if your strength is sufficiently strong, then you can still break through any formation with that sword. Yang Yi smiled. If my strength is sufficient, I can do it even without this sword, right? Hao Tian replied, true. Yang Yi didn't say another word. He just cupped his fists. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Yang Ye's figure vanished towards the distance. Once Yang Yi vanished, the smile on Hao Tian's face gradually vanished. He looked at the direction Yang Yi vanished towards for a long time, and then he spoke softly, righteous yet evil at the same time. He possesses enlightened rank slaughter intent, yet can actually use that sword. Strange. He fell silent for a long time after that, and then he glanced at the surroundings and looked up at the sky. Sovereign of Earth, I'll get even with you really soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. The mountains and the surroundings vanished along with him. They'd been obliterated without making a single sound. Once Yang Yi left, he immediately sped up and flew over 10 m away. Meanwhile, Xiongqi's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Kid, do you know who he is? Yang Yi was about to speak when Xiongqi's voice resounded again. Strictly speaking, you're both from the same line. So, you may have to call him senior brother. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1828, Blood Rebirth. Senior brother? Yang Yi was stunned for quite a while before he asked, He's a disciple of the old man in Taoist robes? That's not right. It was the old man in Taoist robes who imprisoned him. Xiongqi replied, Kid, who said anything about him being your master's disciple? Kid, your master has other senior brothers and junior brothers. Senior and junior brothers? Yang Yi asked. He's one of their disciples? Xiongqi said, It's very likely, because we sensed the aura of a Taoist from him. The reason we concealed ourselves was because we were afraid he would sense us. That's probably the exact same reason why the pagoda fell deathly silent too. If we joined forces, we naturally wouldn't have to fear him. But what if he sends news of our presence to the large universe? At that time, you'll be in big trouble. I see. Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, So, my master isn't on good terms with my martial uncles? How would I know? Xiongqi continued. They seem to get along very well, but how should I say it? There's a difference in paths between them. In any case, it may become a huge problem for the large universe. In short, you have to grow stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, once you're swept into that dispute, even your master may not be able to save you. Yang Yi looked up at Heaven Pillar Mountain. The mountain towered into the clouds, and the passageway to the large universe was up there. The large universe was where the true cultivators and ancient cultivators resided, and it was a place filled with all sorts of experts. Not to mention facing those people up there, his current strength wasn't even sufficient to face the middle-aged man from before or the woman in a red dress. He had the desire to kill you just now. Xiongqi suddenly said, he definitely thought of killing you. However, he abandoned that thought for some reason. Yang Yi nodded slightly. I sensed it. Even though the middle-aged man had been speaking to him in such an amicable manner and even gave him the tree, the middle-aged man had aroused the desire to kill him. But just like Qiongqi said, he didn't know why the middle-aged man had abandoned that thought. Meanwhile, Qiongqi added, no matter what, you have to be careful in this place. This place is connected to the large universe. So, besides those ancient cultivators, there are people and beings from the large universe. They are all true old freaks. Even though you're very strong right now, it depends on who you're being compared to. You're far inferior if you're being compared to those old freaks. Yang Yi nodded. The incident just now had allowed him to gain a completely new understanding of his own strength. He was very strong, but he was only strong to some people, like an ordinary 6th-stage true realm expert. He really was strong when compared to experts like that because he could kill some of them in an instant. However, if he was compared to those old monsters like the middle-aged man from before, then he was still very weak. Strength. He had to improve his strength. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, Brother Qiongqi, can that fruit really help me attain the second level of the undying hegemon technique? Yes. It was Ho Qing who answered him. That thing isn't just able to help you attain the second level. It'll transform your body into a state that is much stronger than blood rebirth. Even in my shaman race, only the direct descendants of the shaman king are able to possess that fruit. Yang Yi said, I want to use it now. That tree and the soul-nurturing flower too. Ho Qing explained, you can use the fruit of rebirth because your body is extremely strong, and you'll be able to endure its energy. However, you can't use the spirit-shaping tree and soul-nurturing flower right now. Your spiritual energy and soul aren't able to endure their energy. If you forcefully utilize them, you'll suffer backlash and die. That fellow isn't wrong. Qiongqi added, you'll barely be able to utilize them upon attaining the 5th stage of the true realm. Kid, I know you want to improve your strength, but you really can't rush it. Haste isn't always a good thing. I'm sure you understand that. Yang Yi nodded. I was being impatient. So, I'll use the fruit of rebirth first. There are 12 of them on the tree. Should I consume all of them? Then you'll explode and die on the spot. Meanwhile, Ho Qing spoke abruptly. Kid, the energy within the fruit of rebirth is absolutely beyond your imagination. Moreover, advancing to the second level of the undying hegemon technique doesn't require that many fruits of rebirth. Just 3 are enough. You can keep the rest. When you want to advance to the 3rd level of the technique, you can try exchanging them with the shaman race for the treasures you need. Yang Yi replied, all right. He glanced at the surroundings and was about to enter the primordial pagoda when he suddenly gazed at Snowy, who was on his shoulder. Snowy seemed quite depressed. Yang Yi rubbed her head. What's wrong? Snowy looked up at him and started to wave her claws. As she did that, her eyes started to become moist, and it seemed like she would cry at any moment. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to understand what she meant. Snowy was feeling guilty because she asked Yang Yi to go there, and Yang Yi had encountered danger because of that. Yang Yi grinned and rubbed her head. It has nothing to do with you. See, didn't we get the treasure? Treasures. The moistness of her eyes vanished in an instant, and then she waved her claw. A fruit of rebirth appeared in her grasp, and then she pointed at it before pointing at herself. It was like she was asking if she could have it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when Little Sky's voice resounded in his mind. Don't worry. While the energy within it is powerful, it won't be able to harm her. Or it should be said that so long as it's energy, it can't harm her. Once he heard that, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to rub her head and said, Go on. Snowy cracked a smile and bit it. A moment later, her eyes opened wide, and then she suddenly spat out the piece she bit. After that, she tossed it into Yang Ye's arms and flashed into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. A short while passed before he looked at the fruit. He hesitated for a moment before taking a bite as well. Yang Ye's eyes opened wide as soon as it entered his mouth, and then he did just as Snowy did. He spat it out. It was bitter. Absolutely bitter. Yang Yi had never had something so bitter in his life. So, it was no wonder that Snowy didn't like it. not to mention Snowy. Even he didn't want to eat it. Suddenly, Cheongchi's voice resounded in his mind. Kid, get in here. This little fellow is going crazy. Yang Yi was stunned and went into the primordial pagoda. His face darkened when he saw Snowy. At this moment, Snowy was chasing after the spirit-shaping tree with the wooden sword. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. The spirit-shaping tree had a consciousness of its own, so it would fight back when in danger. However, it clearly didn't dare to fight back against Snowy. Moreover, it didn't have any offensive abilities, so it had no choice but to run. Cheongchi and Ho Qing were watching from the side. They naturally wanted to stop her, but they didn't dare to. Snowy was an existence that couldn't be offended in the primordial pagoda. As for Zier, she was comparatively better. Besides cultivating all day, she practically never acted mischievously, and she was quite sensible too. But Snowy wasn't sensible at all. If they stopped her now, she may suddenly appear before them one day and ask to train with the sword. Snowy wasn't strong, but getting hit by that wooden sword really hurt. Moreover, everyone knew that Snowy had the primordial pagoda's support. So, only Zier, Little Sky, and Yang Yi could stop Snowy in the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi appeared before Snowy and stopped her. She blinked when she saw Yang Yi, and then she passed the wooden sword to him. After that, she pointed at the spirit-shaping tree and seemed like she was telling him to chop it down. Yang Ye's face darkened completely. He took the wooden sword and asked, "Why are you trying to chop it up?" Snowy pointed at the tree, pointed at her mouth, and seemed like she was saying it was because it tasted horrible. Cheongchi and Ho Qing exchanged glances when they witnessed this. In the end, Ho Qing shook his head. It didn't ask her to eat it. She ate it, thinks it isn't tasty, and wants to chop that tree into bits. She's more overbearing than my shaman king. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly gazed at Ho Qing. The latter's face stiffened, and then he hurriedly spoke seriously. Chop it. Chop it up with everything you face. I support you. Snowy cracked a smile when she heard this. Cheongchi glanced at Ho Qing, and then he shook his head. I look down on you now. Ho Qing was at a loss for words. Yang Yi tapped Snowy's head. You want to chop it up because it isn't tasty? Snowy blinked and seemed to be asking if there was a problem with that decision. Yang Yi rubbed her head. You can't do that. Understand? Snowy blinked and seemed to be asking why. Yang Ye's head started to hurt. However, he still started to explain. Snowy was kind and so she had no idea of right and wrong, and he'd never taught her all of that. That was why she had such bad habits now. Yang Yi hadn't realized this problem before this. Yet now, he had. So, he decided to teach her properly. Not just now, even in the future. Otherwise, she would really start running wild. Around 15 minutes later, Snowy suddenly gazed at the spirit-shaping tree, and then she waved her claw lightly while smiling at it. She was apologizing. It was her way of apologizing. The spirit-shaping tree was clearly quite afraid of Snowy. Meanwhile, Snowy waved her claw, and a strand of extremely pure spirit energy enveloped the spirit-shaping tree. The tree started to tremble lightly. A short while later, it started to move towards Snowy. It had been bribed. Snowy turned to look at Yang Yi, cracked a smile, and seemed to be saying that it was resolved. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He paid no further attention to Snowy and the tree, and he just brought 3 fruits of rebirth to the cultivation room in the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at the fruits, took a deep breath, and ate one of them. Blood rebirth. Chapter 1829. Overconfident. As soon as he swallowed it, a wave of bitterness filled his throat, and it was truly horrible. At this moment, he understood why Snowy wanted to chop up the spirit-shaping fruit. Because even he felt like doing the same now. The fruit went down his throat and into his body. As soon as it entered his stomach, the terrifying energy within it instantly dispersed throughout his body. It didn't take long for his body to start absorbing it swiftly. Unlike what Yang Yi expected, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and it was very comfortable instead. In next to no time, Yang Yi noticed that some sort of change was occurring in his body as he absorbed the energy from the fruit. Suddenly, Ho Ching's voice resounded in his mind. Quickly use the undying hegemon technique's mental cultivation method to guide the energy. Yang Yi quickly did as Ho Ching said. Bang! The clothes he wore were instantly incinerated into ashes. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden and the others, who had been watching, were stunned. It didn't take long for them to return to normal, and only Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman's expressions were slightly uncomfortable. However, it only took a while for them to return to normal. All of them noticed that threads of blue light had suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and they were moving throughout his body like threads. The pig-riding young woman suddenly said, "That fellow's body is growing stronger again." Nether Maiden nodded slightly. His body has always been very strong. In the past, Yang Yi's attainments in the Sword Dao were formidable, but his body was equally formidable. It could be said that there was a time when Yang Yi's body had been stronger than his Sword Dao. The pig-riding young woman shook her head slightly. If this fellow's body rises another level, even 6th-stage true realm experts can only dream of killing him. Nether Maiden nodded with agreement. Yang Yi's body was already very strong. If it rose up to another level, they could imagine how terrifying it would become. Because there was another extremely terrifying aspect about Yang Yi, and it was his recovery. His heaven-defying recovery and abnormal physical strength would absolutely become everyone's nightmare. Unless someone could kill him with a single attack, he would be impossible to kill. Another even more terrifying thing was that he had Snowy. The energy pearls which Snowy created could give him an endless supply of profound energy. In short, it was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman suddenly said, "I can't let this continue. I have to speed up my cultivation. Otherwise, he'll leave me far behind." Nether Maiden nodded slightly. "Me too." And Nanjing didn't say anything, but her fists had been slowly clenched together. Yang Yi's speed of growth was too quick. It was so quick that they felt a huge amount of pressure. Even though they were very good friends with Yang Yi, they were still competing with him. Especially Nether Maiden. She was the first amongst them to get to know Yang Yi, and they'd always been almost equally matched since they met on Profounder Continent. Yet now, Yang Yi's strength was clearly superior to hers. She felt no envy, and it was motivation instead. The pig-riding young woman and Nether Maiden stopped watching Yang Yi. They sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. Both of them possessed extraordinary natural talent. Now that they had such an extraordinary cultivation room and abundant spirit energy, growing stronger was just a matter of time to them. The cultivation room fell silent. The blue energy around Yang Yi was growing in amount, and it was flowing faster and faster. Needless to say, this session of body refinement had been the easiest in history for Yang Yi, because he didn't feel any pain. Conversely, it felt extremely nice, and it was like something was massaging his entire body. Time trickled by. Around a day later, Yang Yi felt the comfortable feeling gradually lessen. Meanwhile, Ho Ching's voice resounded in his mind again. "Swallow the second fruit." Yang Yi nodded slightly and swallowed a second fruit of rebirth. As soon as it entered his stomach, countless strands of energy erupted from it, and then the energy started to be absorbed by his body. Yang Yi utilized the undying hegemon technique to guide the energy again. Meanwhile, Ho Ching added, "If you want to attain the second level, you must make your body undergo a chance, a qualitative change. At any other normal time, it would take dozens of years of cultivation, but you don't need that now, because the fruits of rebirth can make up for that. However," he paused for a moment before he continued, "however, it's considered as using external forces to achieve an improvement in your cultivation. So, while its results will be better than cultivating normally, there will be a latent problem. You'll lack that kind of accumulation through time. It may not be a problem now, but it may be quite an issue in the future." Yang Yi was visibly grim when he heard this. He naturally understood what Ho Ching meant. It was like running. If a person immediately went for a marathon without training at all, then perhaps that person may be able to complete it, but that person's body would definitely suffer serious injuries upon completion. His current situation was similar to that. Even though there wouldn't be any problems now, it would be a latent problem, and as time passed, problems may gradually emerge. Meanwhile, Ho Ching added, "But it's fine. It isn't a huge problem. However, you must make some time every day to train your body. Moreover, you must not improve your body further in the short term. You can only continue improving it once your body has fully stabilized. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Ho Qing said, all right, then continue. Just like that, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, focused, and continued using his cultivation technique to guide the energy within him. After consuming the second fruit, the comfortable feeling had reappeared, and the changes his body was undergoing grew even more obvious. At the same time, the blue threads of energy around him were flowing even more rapidly. Just like that, time passed slowly. After 2 days passed, Yang Yi swallowed a third fruit of rebirth. This time, his body absorbed it extremely quickly, and it was over 2 times faster than before. Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden were constantly watching from the side. They had been watching throughout this time, because they were afraid something would happen to Yang Yi. After all, no matter what type of cultivation it was, there was a chance of encountering issues. If something happened, they would immediately help him. Yet now, it seemed like they'd been worried for nothing. Blood Maiden suddenly said, he has grown stronger again. Blind Maiden nodded slightly. He's improving very quickly. Besides the various fortuitous encounters he obtains, he works very hard as well. Blood Maiden smiled. Those with natural talent and luck aren't terrifying. It's those who are able to suffer and work harder who are more terrifying. As she spoke, she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a person like that. At this moment, Yang Yi's entire body was undergoing a qualitative transformation. Just like that, time slowly trickled by. 5 days later, suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Huff! A mouthful of foul air floated out from his mouth. Yang Yi stood up slowly, took a deep breath, and then a smile curled up on his face. Blood rebirth. After being modified by the fruit of rebirth, his body had finally advanced and attained blood rebirth. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. The level of blood rebirth didn't just give him extraordinary regenerative abilities, it also provided him with outstanding defensive capabilities. Coupled with the primordial violet energy he possessed, his body was at an absolutely terrifying level. How terrifying was it? He naturally had to test it to find out. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden. He was about to speak when Blood Maiden suddenly said, "Where's something first?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he blushed before quickly withdrawing some clothes and wearing them. Blood Maiden said, "Congratulations." Yang Yi smiled. "I feel like my entire body is filled with energy. I'm going to test it out with Cheong-Chi." He vanished on the spot. At the first level of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi went over to Cheong-Chi and said, "Brother Cheong-Chi, let's compete with our bodies." Cheong-Chi glanced at him and said, "All right." He immediately leaped into the air and slammed his body at Yang Yi. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he clenched his right fist tightly and slammed it forward. Bang! Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden watched as faint golden light arose around Yang Yi's fist while it slammed against Cheong-Chi. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Cheong-Chi was blasted over 300 m away. However, Yang Yi's figure didn't move at all. A solemn expression immediately appeared on Blind Maiden and Blood Maiden's faces. Even though Cheong-Chi hadn't used his full strength just now, he hadn't really held back. They knew how strong Cheong-Chi was, but had still been blasted over 300 m back by Yang Yi's attack, while Yang Yi's figure wasn't pushed back at all. Cheong-Chi had a solemn expression on his face as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi's physical strength to have arrived at such a level. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at his fist and took a deep breath. Strength. At this moment, he felt like his entire body was filled with strength. Boundless strength. If he used the war god's arm, it was obvious that his strength would grow even more terrifying. At that time, just his physical strength would be sufficient to crush a 6th-stage true realm expert. No, even his current physical strength was sufficient to crush ordinary 6th-stage true realm experts. Truly crush them. Suddenly, Yang Yi summoned Snowy and said, "Try hitting me with the wooden sword." He wanted to test how strong his physical defenses were. Snowy blinked, and then she quickly shook her head. Yang Yi spoke softly, "It's fine. I'm really strong now." Snowy was still hesitant. Meanwhile, Ho Qing shook his head. Xiongqi asked, "What?" Ho Qing replied, "He has become overconfident." Xiongqi felt speechless. Snowy refused to stab Yang Yi no matter what. In the end, Yang Yi had no choice but to take the sword himself and stab his own left arm. Yang Yi thought he could stop the wooden sword. However, hiss, the sword stabbed through his arm. Blood sprayed. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1830. World Transformation. Pierced? My defense was pierced? Yang Yi was quite stunned. His current defense was absolutely terrifying. However, the wooden sword had actually pierced through it with such ease. That was very abnormal, because while the wooden sword was powerful, it wasn't that easy for it to pierce through his defenses. Yet now, it had done so with such ease. Suddenly, Snowy was stunned, and then she started crying before grabbing the wooden sword with both claws and pulling it. Hiss! Blood instantly sprayed out. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Snowy glanced at the wooden sword, glanced at Yang Yi, blinked, and revealed an innocent expression. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at his arm. The injury on his arm was healing at a visible pace, and it took less than 2 breaths of time to be completely healed. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked, rubbed her eyes, and then gazed at Yang Yi's arm. There was no injury there. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly raised the wooden sword with the intent of stabbing Yang Yi's arm, but Yang Yi hurriedly moved his arm away. He didn't dare to let the wooden sword stab himself again. It was quite mysterious. Meanwhile, Ho Qing appeared by Yang Yi's side. "Are you very curious? Curious about why it can pierce through your defenses with such ease?" Yang Yi nodded. Ho Qing asked, "Do you know why this sword was made?" Yang Yi shook his head. Ho Qing replied, "Because of the shaman race. My shaman race fought the human race on countless occasions. But the physical defenses possessed by my shaman race was the human's worst headache. In the end, for the sake of countering my shaman race, they asked many almighty figures to create this sword. Understand now? This sword was specially made to deal with my shaman race. It innately counters many cultivation techniques of my shaman race, not to mention the undying hegemon body. Even a better body refinement technique would still be incapable of stopping it. So that's why." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He hadn't expected the wooden sword to have been specially made to counter the shaman race. So, he had been courting death just now. Meanwhile, Ho Qing added, "Kid, you must remember that there's no form of absolute defense in this world. Everything has a counter, and the most formidable defense has something that can pierce through it. So, you can't get overconfident. Once you do, you'll lose yourself, and then you won't be able to understand your own limits. At that time, you won't live for long. Understand?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time and cupped his fist to Ho Qing. "I understand." Just as Ho Qing had said, had become a little too overconfident. Once that happened, one would become conceited, and the consequence of conceit was usually death. Ho Qing nodded. "It's good that you understand. Your blood rebirth has actually surpassed its original effects. Just like that injury from before. If I suffered that injury, it would take over 2 minutes before it started to recover slowly, and it would take at least an hour to be completely healed. But you only took a few moments to get fully healed." Yang Yi asked, "Is it because of my violet energy?" "That's the main reason." Ho Qing continued, "Your pure violet energy is very extraordinary. However, it isn't the only reason. The fruit of rebirth played a big part too. The fruit of rebirth has fused with your body, and it has healing properties too. Coupled with your own self-recovery, it can be said that your body has 3 types of recuperative abilities." 3 types. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Presently, unless he encountered one of those truly terrifying experts like the woman in a red dress, Ying Jing's main body, or Hao Tian, he was impossible to kill. His current strength was extraordinary even without a sword. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly gazed at Ho Qing. Senior, doesn't the undying hegemon technique have 3 levels? What's the 3rd level? Ho Qing pondered deeply for a moment and replied, World transformation. Yang Yi was puzzled. World transformation? What's that? Ho Qing replied, transforming your body into a world. You are the heavens and the earth. In short, it's a very miraculous state. Even in my shaman race, no more than 10 have succeeded at cultivating it. Only those with great wisdom and natural talent are able to succeed because it requires comprehension and not cultivation. World transformation. Yang Yi looked forward to it. Even though he focused on the cultivation of the sword, the feeling of using his fists in battle was extremely pleasant. Meanwhile, Ho Qing added, Kid, you have the aura of my shaman race now. So, it's very likely that you'll encounter a huge amount of trouble once you go to the large universe. Besides that, you're a human too. So, if the members of my shaman race find out that you're human yet have cultivated our techniques, you'll be in deep trouble too. In short, you'll be in deep trouble. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. I have to go up there no matter what problems I have to face. At this point, Head realized that many things were impossible to avoid, and he had to face it. Ho Qing nodded slightly and remained silent. After chatting with Ho Qing and Cheong Qi for some time, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. He hadn't forgotten that his destination was the nether abyss. In the outside world, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Endless mountains filled his eyes, and they stretched on until the end of his vision. Even though his strength had risen tremendously, he still didn't dare to act carelessly, because it was very likely that an existence like Hao Tian was present within these mountains. Encountering experts at such a level was still very dangerous for him. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on his shoulder. Snowy scratched his ear gently and pointed ahead. Yang Yi rubbed his head against her head, and then vanished into the boundless forest. Head sped up. Head wasted some time cultivating, so Yang Yi sped up. All along the way, he shot forward while relying solely on his physical strength, and it caused the space around him to ripple. A day later, Yang Yi stopped. There was a towering mountain not too far away from him. It extended far into the distance like a colossal beast. Nether Mountain. Blood Maiden suddenly appeared beside Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked over. The mountain was absolutely silent, and there wasn't even the sound of an insect. Blood Maiden suddenly frowned. Something seems off. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Very. It was quiet. Too quiet. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Based on his experience, it was absolutely impossible for this endless mountain range to be this quiet. There could only be 2 reasons for this. The first was that there was no life here, and the second was that a powerful existence resided here. So, no other living beings dared to get close to this place. Yang Yi felt that the second possibility was more likely. Blood Maiden said, Be careful. She entered the primordial pagoda once she finished speaking. If it was in the past, she would definitely go with Yang Yi. Yet now, based on Yang Yi's current strength, unless he encountered an ancient cultivator, then ordinary 6th-stage true realm experts were nothing to him. Once Blood Maiden entered the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi looked up at the mountain. He didn't hesitate to shoot towards it. Yang Yi didn't notice anything all along the way, but he remained vigilant at all times. Snowy seemed quite carefree on his shoulder. She was looking all around and seemed to have no idea that there might be danger here. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived at the top of the mount. Yang Yi looked around, and then a solemn expression appeared on his face. There were numerous stone poles before him, almost 100 of them. They were around 15 m tall, and they had sharp tops. There was a person stabbed on every one of them. Every one of them had died the exact same way. The tip of the stone poles had stabbed through their heads. Yang Yi gazed at the stone pole right before him. There was an old man there. The old man had clearly not died for long because blood was still dripping from his head. Most importantly, Yang Yi noticed that the weakest amongst the dead here were at the 5th stage of the true realm. What the heck is this place? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, Cheong Qi's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Kid, something feels off. Yang Yi rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? Meanwhile, Ho Qing's voice resounded in his mind as well. I can't sense anything from within this pagoda, but my instinct tells me that you shouldn't stay here for long." Yang Yi nodded. He didn't want to stay too. Even though he was very confident in his current strength, there were countless experts in this world, and those with strange and extraordinary ability were innumerable as well. So, it was best to keep a low profile and be careful. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Once he confirmed that there was no danger, he shot towards the distance. The Nether Abyss was at the back of Nether Mountain. His objective was the back of Nether Mountain, but he didn't go far before stopping again. There were over 20 bloody heads in front of him. All of them were looking in his direction, and every single one of their eyes was open. Yang Yi saw terror in their eyes. Snowy blinked on Yang Ye's shoulder. In the end, she patted Yang Yi on the shoulder, and then fled into the primordial pagoda. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. That little fellow just fled once she noticed the situation is bad. Traitor. Yang Yi glanced at those heads and was about to continue forward when Ho Qing's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "You're finished?" Yang Yi was puzzled when a pair of hands suddenly covered his eyes. At the same time, a voice resounded in his ears. "Guess who?" Yang Yi was stunned speechless. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1831. Guess my ass. Guess who? A chill ran down Yang Ye's spine. Someone had actually appeared behind him and covered his eyes. Who was it? How did that person do it? After all, he was an absolute grandmaster when it came to concealment. Because he didn't just possess the laws of darkness, he had the spatial laws too. It could be said that even an ant in a huge area around him couldn't escape his notice. However, someone had appeared out of thin air behind him and covered his eyes. Yang Yi forced himself to calm down. He didn't attack and asked, "Do I get something if I'm correct?" A moment of silence ensued, and then the voice resounded, "Yes, you'll die right away. You'll die slowly if you're wrong." Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, the voice resounded again, "Guess my ass." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, two types of terrifying intents swept out from him while he twisted his right foot against the ground. Hiss! His figure transformed into a ray of light that appeared over 100 m away. OM! A moment later, a sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy flashed. But it only took a moment for a solemn expression to appear on Yang Ye's face. A woman in a black dress was floating not too far away from him. She seemed to be just around the age of 15. Her long hair hung down past her shoulder and stopped near her lower back. Besides that, she had a young appearance, an icy cold gaze, and emanated a vicious aura that made others fear looking straight at her. All of that wasn't even important. The important part was that Yang Ye's sword energy was right in front of her, and there were two pure white fingers at the tip of it. They clamped down onto Yang Ye's sword energy. The sword energy seemed like it was frozen on the spot. The young girl gazed coldly at Yang Yi, and then she pressed down slightly. Yang Ye's sword energy shook violently, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the sword energy was obliterated. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, my guess is you're female." The young girl said, "It's too late now." As soon as she finished speaking, she stomped her right foot down. Yang Ye's expression changed at the exact same moment. A small black footprint had suddenly appeared in the space above him. There was only a footprint there, and she wasn't there. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think. He just raised his sword and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped himself, a pair of black footprints suddenly appeared around 1 m away from him. Yang Ye's pupils constricted slightly while his profound energy surged madly. A moment later, he raised his sword and stabbed. He hadn't dared to hold back at all. However, it struck nothing. Right when Yang Yi was about to pull his sword back, 2 hands coiled around the tip of his sword before moving along his sword towards him. It was so swift that he couldn't dodge in time at all. Those hands slammed against his chest. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded as Yang Ye's body was blasted over 3 kilometers away. This time, the young girl didn't follow up with another attack. She glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then her gaze descended onto his chest. The clothes there had vanished, and there was a pair of overlapped red palm prints there. The red palm prints had caused his skin to sink down, but Yang Ye's skin hadn't been penetrated. Conversely, the injury was healing rapidly at a visible speed. The young girl frowned. "Your skin is that thick?" Yang Yi looked down at his chest, and then he looked up at her. "An ancient cultivator? Ancient cultivator?" Her frown grew deeper. "What's that?" Yang Yi was speechless. Suddenly, she said, "Come, let's continue." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. At the same time, a pair of black footprints appeared around 1 m away from Yang Yi. This time, Yang Yi didn't swing his sword. A moment later, a pair of hands that were covered in black flowing light appeared within his field of vision, and their target was his throat. Yang Ye's sword suddenly moved when they were about to wrap around his throat. Bang! The hands slammed against his throat, causing Yang Ye's face to warp while his figure was blasted away. However, a strand of blood flew into the air while his figure was blasted away. The blood didn't belong to him. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The young girl glanced at her right hand. There was an injury that stretched for around 10 centimeters on her right wrist. It was extremely deep and had sliced through her hand. Even the bones within were clearly visible. She ignored the injury on her hand and looked up at Yang Yi. "You've injured me." At this moment, Yang Ye's face was still warped from pain. He hadn't defended himself and used his throat to strike his opponent. Needless to say, it was very risky. Fortunately, his body had forcefully resisted her attack, but it wasn't a very pleasant experience, because he could sense that his throat had cracked open from inside out, but it wasn't a lethal injury. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at her. Damn it. Had taken such a risk with the intent of taking one of her hands, but had underestimated her reaction. She hadn't given him the chance at all. As soon as his sword pierced her skin, she had immediately withdrawn her hand and slammed a powerful wave of energy against his sword. Had been blasted away because had suffered 2 attacks just now. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Why are you trying to kill me?" Her strength was really too terrifying. If his physical body hadn't been improved previously, he may be dead now. Her movement technique and attacks were too mysterious and shocking. Meanwhile, the young girl suddenly started walking slowly in Yang Ye's direction. She walked as she said. She said that no one is allowed to come here. Anyone who does must die. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched, and he stomped his right foot down. Boom! The space in a huge area shook violently, and then a ray of light flashed. Split second that was enhanced by 2 types of enlightened rank intense and his physical strength. As soon as it appeared, the space in an enormous area was blasted apart by the energy it carried. Space cracked open like a spiderweb. Meanwhile, a black circle of light appeared in the space before Yang Yi. It was very small in the beginning, but when Yang Ye's sword energy arrived before it, it instantly expanded and enveloped Yang Ye's sword energy. Boom! As soon as they came into contact, a resounding explosion rumbled through the surroundings. Meanwhile, numerous rays of light shot up into the air from within the black circle of light. Those rays of sword energy tore open the circle of light, but it only took a moment for a few more circles of light to appear out of thin air. They instantly devoured Yang Ye's sword energy. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly in the sky. At this moment, the space throughout the peak of Nether Mountain was trembling violently. It was like an earthquake. Around 15 minutes later, a figure was blasted over 6 kilometers away. It was Yang Yi. As his figure flew away, the sky gradually returned to calm. After he stopped himself, a wisp of blood gradually seeped out of the corner of Yang Ye's mouth. He wiped it off and looked up at the young girl. At this moment, there were 3 black circles of light floating around her, and they emanated a cold aura. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "You're the most resistant person I've seen in years." Yang Ye's expression became quite awkward. Resistant? What kind of description is that? But it did make sense because during the battle just now, Yang Yi had been passively suffering attacks. His sword energy had actually been suppressed by her. Completely suppressed. Even his enlightened rank sword intent couldn't change the situation. Fortunately, he hadn't suffered any real damage as well. Or it should be said that even if he had suffered a serious injury, it was healed by now. That was the most terrifying part about him. Who is she? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, she suddenly tapped her finger forward, and then one of the circles of light appeared above Yang Yi. A strand of sword energy shot up into the air, and it easily sliced open the space before it. However, as soon as it came into contact with the black circle of light, the sword energy stopped, and then it slowly became ethereal and vanished. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He pressed his index and middle fingers together before tapping it forward. A strand of flames shot out from his fingers, and it instantly enveloped the circle of light. An instant later, the circle of light was completely incinerated. The divining flame. That flame isn't bad. Meanwhile, she spoke abruptly. You have quite a few treasures. Come, let me see what else you have. As soon as she finished speaking, she flipped her right palm, and a ring with a small black dragon on it appeared on her palm. Yang Yi was about to attack when Blood Maiden suddenly appeared by his side. Yang Yi was stunned by this, and he was about to say something. However, Blood Maiden suddenly bowed to the young girl while Yang Yi watched with astonishment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1832, Nether Ghost Steps. Yang Yi was stunned. He had never expected this. Blood Maiden had actually bowed to the young girl. What's going on? Yang Yi's mind was filled with questions. The young girl frowned slightly. Who are you? Meanwhile, Nether Maiden, Blind Maiden, and the pig-riding young woman appeared beside Yang Yi. Their eyes had a trace of complicated emotions as they gazed at the young girl. Nether Dream. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden said, Your name is Nether Dream. The young girl frowned. Nether Dream. A lost expression appeared in her eyes. A long while passed before she spoke softly. That seems to be my name. Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden exchanged glances. In the end, Blood Maiden asked, You don't know your own name? The young girl's frown grew deeper. A short while passed before she suddenly gazed at Blood Maiden. You know me? Blood Maiden spoke in a low voice. You lost your memories? The young girl spoke coldly. No, I just can't remember a lot of things. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden, second sister. She's from the Nether Pavilion too? Nether Maiden nodded slightly. She's the guardian of my Nether Pavilion, and her status is only below the Pavilion Master. Only the Pavilion Master can give her orders. At the same time, she's the instructor of my Nether Pavilion. Eldest sister and I were taught by her. However, it was when we were young. The Nether Pavilion's guardian and instructor. Yang Yi gulped. No wonder she was so terrifying. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden continued, Actually, I suspected it in the beginning. However, I wasn't sure because the movement technique she used earlier was the Nether Ghost Steps technique, which has been lost to my Nether Pavilion for years. Only the Pavilion Master and Guardian cultivate it. Eldest sister and I merely saw it once when we were young. She gazed at the young girl and continued, The reason I'm sure now is that ring. The Nether Ghost Ring. It's the symbol of identity for the Nether Pavilion's guardian, and it's the second greatest treasure of the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi chuckled. So we're on the same side. Haha. No, I'm not. Meanwhile, Ghost Dream spoke coldly. I don't care who all of you are or who I am. In any case, she said that no outsiders can come here. So, either leave now or die. Blood Maiden asked, She's Pavilion Master Seo, right? The Pavilion Master. Nether Dream frowned again while a lost expression appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden added, Instructor. Has our Pavilion Master gone to the large universe, or has she fallen? Nether Dream's frown grew deeper. A long time passed before she suddenly looked towards the right and said, She went over there, Blood Maiden asked. You've never gone there to have a look? Nether Dream shook her head. She didn't allow it, so I didn't dare to. Yang Yes' eyelids twitched. She seems to be really afraid of the Nether Pavilion's master. Blood Maiden asked, how long have you been guarding this place? Nether Dream shook her head slightly. I don't know. It has been very, very long. She gazed at Blood Maiden. I remember something, and it's that my name is Nether Dream. But I don't remember you. Blood Maiden replied, it's fine. You can think about it slowly. She gazed towards the direction that Nether Dream had gazed towards earlier. We want to go have a look there. Can we? No. Nether Dream's face instantly turned icy cold. She said that no one can go over there. No one. Blood Maiden replied, are you going to guard this place forever? The young girl was slightly stunned, and then she fell silent. But it only took a moment for her to say, I can't leave without her orders. How pedantic. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, have you thought about how she might have only wanted you to guard this place for some time and not forever? She hasn't shown herself after heading over there, so she may have left by now. Or perhaps she's in some sort of trouble. Impossible. Nether Dream said, no one can kill her. Yang Yi glanced at Nether Dream. Is she very formidable? Nether Dream suddenly pointed at Yang Yi. She can fight 100 people like you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden suddenly said, Instructor, we understand that you're loyal to the Pavilion Master, but have you thought about how it has been so long? Is that normal? It's not normal at all. Just as little Yang said, something must have happened, and that's why she hasn't said anything to you. Little Yang. The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched. She actually gave me a nickname. Nether Dream fell silent again. A short while passed before she looked towards the distance. It was where Xiao Xiyo had vanished. A wisp of bewilderment appeared in her eyes as she looked in that direction. Yang Yi immediately understood what she was thinking. Even she wanted to know what happened to Xiao Xiyo. So, Yang Yi hurriedly said, just think about it. Perhaps she needs our help? Or perhaps certain reasons made her unable to contact you before leaving. If that happened, standing on guard here would be a complete waste of time, right? Nether Dream turned to look at Yang Yi. You made me go there. If she wants to punish someone, they'll say that you made me. Yang Yi almost cursed. What the heck is wrong with her? She wants to go look, but she wants to put the blame on me? Meanwhile, Nether Dream suddenly added, I didn't want to go, but what you said does make sense. Moreover, all of you intend to go there, and I can't defeat all of you. So, I have no choice but to go with you. Thus, all of this is your idea, right? All of them were speechless. Around 15 minutes later, all of them set off towards the distance. Yang Yi walked over to Blood Maiden's side and said, Second sister, why do I get the feeling that your Pavilion Master isn't a normal person? Blood Maiden glanced at Yang Yi. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know. It's just a feeling. So, do you know her identity and background? Blood Maiden shook her head. Actually, she's very mysterious even in our Nether Pavilion. No one knows about her past, and she has never spoken about it. Mysterious. Yang Yi was about to say something else when Nether Dream suddenly appeared before him. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly while he became vigilant. After all, she wasn't a weakling. Nether Dream sized up Yang Yi. Your skin is really thick. How did you train it? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Nether Dream suddenly added. That flame of yours is pretty good too. Where did you get it? Yang Yi instantly became extremely vigilant. She wants the divining flame. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly spoke. We've arrived. All of them stopped. A bottomless abyss was before them. Yang Yi walked over to the edge and looked down. The area 300 m below him was covered in milk-white mist, but his vision was naturally able to see through mist with ease. However, even his vision couldn't reach the bottom of the abyss. It was bottomless. Yang Yi gazed at Nether Dream. She went down from here? Nether Dream nodded. Yang Yi asked, she didn't say why she went down there? Nether Dream shook her head. Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden, and the latter nodded slightly. Let's head down there. As soon as she finished speaking, Blind Maiden and her jumped down. As for the pig-riding young woman and Nether Maiden, they entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi glanced at Nether Dream, and then he jumped down as well. Nether Dream was clearly quite hesitant. Obviously, she was still worried about something, but it didn't take long for her to jump down as well. Around 15 minutes after they leaped down, a woman with a veil over her face appeared where Yang Yi had been standing just now. She looked down the abyss for a long time and said, "I didn't expect even the Guardian to be here. It's really getting more and more interesting." She suddenly looked towards the distance at this point. "Since you're here, why continue hiding?" As soon as she finished speaking, the space there trembled slightly, and then a woman in a wheelchair appeared. It was the owner of Sword Immortal City, the martial envoy of the Nether Pavilion. The veiled woman sized up the martial envoy and said, "It has been quite a while. You don't seem to be doing very well." "Am not doing well?" The martial envoy chuckled. "Indeed, I really am not if it's compared to you. You've become the pavilion master, after all. But allow me to be honest, what right do you have to be the pavilion master?" The veiled woman said, "The Nether Pavilion became disorganized once Pavilion Master CEO left. If I didn't take the position of Pavilion Master, our Nether Pavilion would have become history. I reorganized the Nether Pavilion and allowed its legacy to continue. Is that wrong?" The martial envoy spoke indifferently. "A Nether Pavilion without Master isn't the Nether Pavilion." The veiled woman gazed at the martial envoy for a long time and replied, "There's no common ground for understanding between us." The martial envoy nodded slightly. "True." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped down the abyss. The veiled woman looked down for a long time, and then she spoke softly. "It's time for a very old mystery to finally be uncovered." She leaped down once she finished speaking. The surroundings fell silent. Around 15 minutes later, the entire mountain suddenly started shaking. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1833. An Enlightened Realm Expert. The Nether Abyss. After he entered the Nether Abyss, Yang Yi felt like had lost his center of balance and was descending rapidly. He glanced at the surroundings, and he could sense that the mountain walls behind him were shaking. Suddenly, Blood Maiden said, "Be careful." Yang Yi was about to say something when Nether Dream spoke abruptly. "Don't worry. His skin is thick. A fall can't kill him." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Blood Maiden's expression changed. "Watch out." As soon as she finished speaking, numerous black circles of light appeared around Nether Dream. Meanwhile, a few dozen tree roots that were over 300 m long appeared around them. A moment later, those roots had enveloped them completely. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly in the abyss. A short while passed before the area suddenly fell silent. The roots around them had vanished, but they still had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, because they hadn't made the roots vanish, and the roots had just vanished into thin air. Yang Yi asked, "What was that?" Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. "I don't know." She frowned. "Boundary Maiden went through space and came here once, but she didn't encounter these things." Yang Yi was quite surprised. "Boundary Maiden has been here?" Blood Maiden nodded. "She can set a point and teleport there. However, because her cultivation is too low, she can only teleport herself. There's a barrier down below, and it surpasses the limits of her ability. So, we had no choice but to seek your help." "So someone has really been here." Meanwhile, Nether Dream suddenly said, "I felt something was quite off that day, but I didn't find anything when I searched." Blood Maiden said, "Fortunately, you didn't. Because if Nether Dream had found Boundary Maiden, then she would definitely die." Blind Maiden said, "Let's head down there." The others nodded and descended in succession. Around an hour later, they finally reached the bottom. The surroundings were covered in mist, and it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Meanwhile, Nether Dream waved his right hand. In an instant, the surrounding mist started swirling, and then they slowly floated upwards. It didn't take long for the mist to vanish from their field of vision. At this moment, The surroundings were clear. However, it was still impossible to see anything before them. Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden. Meanwhile, the latter said, "A barrier. This area is covered by a barrier." "A barrier?" Yang Yi nodded and gazed at Nether Dream. "Can you break it open?" Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden gazed at Nether Dream as well. She was the strongest amongst them. Nether Dream gazed forward for a long time, and then she shook her head. She set it up. "So I can't break it open?" She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "That sword and flame of yours might be able to do it." Yang Yi nodded. He glanced at the wooden sword, and then he stabbed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then space shook violently as if an earthquake was surging through the surroundings. But it only took a moment for the surroundings to return to calm once more. The area around them was still impossible to see through. However, there was a fine hole where the tip of Yang Yi's wooden sword was. Moreover, the space there wasn't like the space around them. The space there was slightly translucent. "It does work." A smile curled up on the corners of Blood Maiden's face. Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden, and the latter said, "Again." Yang Yi nodded, and then he circulated the profound energy within him before raising his sword and stabbing again. Just like that, the space there grew more and more ethereal as Yang Yi swung his sword, over and over again. Around 2 hours later, boom, an explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away by a powerful wave of energy. However, the space in the surroundings suddenly became ethereal. In just a short while, the space here started to return to normal, and then an ancient tree which was around 300 m tall appeared before them. A tree? All of them were stunned. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly said, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded. Something felt very off about this damnable place. It could be said that if he hadn't improved his cultivation in the body to the blood rebirth level, he would have turned around and left. This place wasn't a place he could be. Even now, he felt quite apprehensive. Suddenly, the ancient tree started to tremble. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword and became vigilant. Meanwhile, Ho Qing's voice resounded in Yang Yi's head. "Kid, that tree isn't ordinary." Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "Senior, that's obvious. Can you tell me what's extraordinary about it?" Ho Qing spoke in a low voice, "Kid, I think you've gotten yourself in big trouble." Yang Yi's face darkened. "Stop trying to scare me." "He isn't." Xiong Qi's voice resounded abruptly. "Kid, you've really gotten yourself in trouble by breaking that barrier." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, numerous branches shot out like bolts of lightning. They were so swift that Yang Yi couldn't even see them clearly. At the exact same moment, Nether Dream flicked with her finger, and a black circle of light flashed out. Boom! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi and Blood Maiden watched with astonishment as Nether Dream was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Cold sweat emerged from Yang Yi's forehead when he witnessed that. Who was Nether Dream? He didn't know her exact strength, but she was much stronger than him. However, she'd actually been pushed back. Now, he understood what Xiong Qi and Ho Qing meant. Yang Yi wasn't the only one. Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden were stunned too. Obviously, they hadn't expected Nether Dream to be pushed back. Nether Dream looked up at the tree, and then she waved her hand. A huge circle of black light flashed out, and then it appeared above the tree. A moment later, an extremely terrifying wave of black energy surged out from it. Suddenly, a branch shot up into the sky and slammed against the circle of black light. Boom! The circle of black light exploded into bits. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He walked over to Blood Maiden and said, "Second sister, how about we retreat for now?" Blood Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head. "We can't leave until we figure out what happened." She paused for a moment and continued, "However, you can go. I feel bad for dragging you into this. Now, the barrier is gone, so you don't have to stay." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He couldn't just leave now. Suddenly, a pitch-black root shot out from the ancient tree. The root was over 3 m thick, and there were over a dozen more following behind it. All of them were shooting at Nether Dream. Nether Dream's face turned icy cold. She waved her right hand, and then over a dozen circles of black light instantly appeared on her arm. The Nether Loop. Suddenly, Blood Maiden said, "It's ranked the third amongst the techniques of my nether pavilion. Because our pavilion master and her vanished, it was lost to us. I didn't expect to see it again." The nether loop? Yang Yi gazed at Nether Dream. Head suffered tremendously because of those circles of black light just now. Moreover, it was even able to suppress his sword intent and slaughter intent. Nether Dream suddenly clenched her right fist and slammed it forward. In an instant, the black circles of light spun around the branches in succession. Everywhere they passed, space was sliced apart into circles. It was extremely strange. Rumbling resounded incessantly, and the explosions caused ripples to surge through space. It didn't take long for space to return to normal. The roots were gone, but the circles of black light had vanished without a trace as well. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the tree wasn't invincible. Otherwise, they may have been in danger. Meanwhile, Xiongqi's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "Kid, it's best if you run right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you wanted to." Leave? Yang Yi shook his head. If he was being honest, he wanted to leave. However, could he leave right now? Of course he couldn't. If he left now, even he would look down on himself. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Nether Dream. His profound energy circulated within him. He never liked to entrust his hopes to someone else. Meanwhile, Nether Dream's expression had become solemn as well. Obviously, she sensed danger from the tree. Suddenly, the tree shook violently. As it shook, the entire ground started to shake, and it felt like an earthquake. It didn't take long for the ancient tree to suddenly start shrinking before their eyes. It grew smaller and smaller. Around 15 minutes later, it had shrunk a few dozen times, and then a treant that was around 6 m tall appeared before them. Bang! An extremely terrifying aura swept out from it. Yang Yi and the others were blasted backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, Ho Qing's slightly anxious voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "Kid, that fellow is at the enlightened realm at least. Run. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1834 Footsteps. The Enlightened Realm? Yang Yi was stunned. The Enlightened Realm was above the true realm. But wasn't there supposed to be no Enlightened Realm experts in this world? What the heck is going on? Suddenly, the treant took a step forward, and then a root shot out from it. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and the Nether Dream was blasted 3 kilometers away. The treant was about to attack again, but a ray of blood-red light tore through space and appeared before it. But it merely took an instant for a wave of powerful aura to sweep out from within it, and then the blood-red light vanished without a trace. It was like it was never there. Blood Maiden's face fell at the sight of this. The treant's strength had far surpassed her imagination. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared by her side. "Second sister, be careful. That fellow is at the Enlightened Realm." The Enlightened Realm? Blood Maiden frowned. She was about to speak when the treant suddenly vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yang Yi and the others' expressions changed drastically. An instant later, they felt a wave of extremely terrifying pressure, and it almost suffocated them. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to twist his wrist, and the wooden sword emanated rays of light. The pressure around him was instantly alleviated, but a pitch-black root had arrived before him. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. He raised his sword and swung it. Hiss! Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. However, there was a piece of wood where he was standing just a moment ago. Rumble. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden and the others had attacked. Their joint forces crushed the pressure, and the surroundings returned to normal. They gazed at Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, they gazed at the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp. Meanwhile, Nether Dream said, "That treant's defenses are stronger than yours. You can fight it by yourself and see who's superior." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Blood Maiden suddenly said, "Your wooden sword can pierce through its defenses." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He knew that it could, but he was no match for the treant. Suddenly, the treant gazed at him. Yang Yi's expression changed at the sight of this. An instant later, a pitch-black root suddenly emerged out of space. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swing his sword at it. This time, he was holding his sword in his right hand. At the same time, the image of a beast had appeared on his right arm. The ancient spirit python. He didn't dare to hold back against the treant. So, Head used the war god's arm and the ancient spirit python. At this moment, his strength was at his limits. Hiss! The root shattered into pieces that rained down towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was blasted flying. However, he merely flew for less than 300 m before he stopped himself. But it only took a moment for a root that was many times larger to suddenly appear before Yang Yi. It was absolutely swift to the point that he couldn't even react in time. Bang! Yang Yi was caught off guard and blasted away. He flew for almost 6 kilometers. Once he managed to reach the ground, his feet scraped against the ground as his figure moved another 1 kilometer back before he could finally stop himself. There was a huge trench before him. It had been created by his feet. The treant was about to attack again. But Yang Yi suddenly raised his hands. Brother, I surrender. Blood Maiden and the others were stunned speechless. The treant stopped for a moment. Obviously, it hadn't expected that Yang Yi would do that. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, Brother, we didn't come here with ill intent. We're just here to look for someone. Even though he said that, Yang Yi had still become vigilant and was ready to attack at any moment. Blood Maiden and the others were the same. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. A short while passed before the treant spoke abruptly. There are no humans here. It can speak? Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief because the situation would be even more difficult to deal with if the treant couldn't speak. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, The person we're looking for came here many years ago. Right, it's a woman. Do you know her? The treant fell silent for a moment, and then it suddenly started trembling violently. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. What the heck is that fellow doing? Damnable woman! Suddenly, the treant roared with fury, and then it swept its arms at Yang Yi and the others. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, countless roots rained down like a storm towards Yang Yi and the others. What the heck? Yang Yi was quite stunned. He really couldn't figure out why it suddenly attacked. Blind Maiden and Blood Maiden were about to attack when Nether Dream suddenly appeared before them. After that, Nether Dream stretched her hands forward and waved them lightly. A black ball of energy suddenly appeared in front of her. A moment later, it exploded apart. Rumble. In an instant, countless black blades of light flashed out from the ball. They shot towards the roots in succession. Even though they weren't able to sever the roots, they obstructed all of them. Nether Dream gazed at Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden. I can't kill that tree. Shall we leave or stay? Blood Maiden fell silent for a long time, and then she gazed at the tree. It definitely knows something about the Pavilion Master. Otherwise, it wouldn't react like that. She gazed at Nether Dream and continued, Instructor, don't you want to know where the Pavilion Master is? Nether Dream fell silent. She naturally wanted to know what happened to Xiao Xiyo, because Xiao Xiyo had never emerged after entering this place. As for her, she'd been guarding the area outside for countless years. She'd thought that Xiao Xiyo would be in here, but now it seemed like Xiao Xiyo wasn't here. Since she wasn't here, where was she? Meanwhile, Nether Dream gazed at Blood Maiden. Attacked together, she gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Chop it with your sword. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. In an instant, numerous mysterious black footprints appeared in the sky. The Nether Ghost steps. Blood Maiden didn't hesitate to transform into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards the treant. Blind Maiden similarly charged forward while emanating a terrifying aura. Only Yang Yi remained here. Yang Yi stayed silent for a few moments, and then he tapped his right foot down. His figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the treant. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Right when he was around 15 m away from the treant suddenly gazed at him. A moment later, a root emerged from the ground in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was shocked by this and quickly swung his sword. Hiss! The root was instantly sliced into two. However, Yang Yi was blasted away as well. At the instant his figure was blasted away, another root suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. This time, he didn't hold his sword with just a single hand, and he grabbed it with both hands before swinging it down. Boom! The root before him shattered into bits. But Yang Yi's figure was pushed over 1 kilometer back by the aftershock. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi glanced at Blood Maiden and the others. His heart fell when he saw the situation they were in. They were barely able to resist the trance roots, and they were utterly unable to cause any material harm to it. They were in a defensive position. All 3 of them could only defend themselves. Nether Dream could counterattack from time to time, but the trance defenses were too shocking. So, her counterattacks didn't do much. I can't let this go on. Yang Yi looked up at the trance, and then he vanished on the spot. The grand teleportation technique combined with split second. In just an instant, Yang Yi appeared before the trance, and then the wooden sword stabbed into the trance's forehead. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief as he gazed at the trance. It's finally over. However, Ho Qing's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Kid, watch out. As soon as Ho Qing finished speaking, the trance suddenly moved. Its right fist slammed against Yang Yi's stomach. Boom! Yang Yi's figure curled inwards and was blasted over 6 kilometers away. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked up at the trance while a puzzled expression filled his eyes. That attack has pierced through the trance's head, but it was actually still able to fight. Suddenly, Nether Dream said, that wasn't a lethal point for it. Yang Yi glanced at the trance's forehead. Sure enough, there was nothing there. Yang Yi's face instantly became unsightly because he knew that attack had been wasted. Meanwhile, the trance suddenly gazed at him, and then a powerful aura locked onto him. Yang Yi's face twitched when he witnessed this. He knew that the trance planned to target him. Yang Yi took a deep breath and started walking towards the trance. Aura. He was accumulating aura. The trance, which was about to attack, had suddenly frozen on the spot, and then it started to move backwards. Yang Yi was stunned by this scene, and then he felt delighted. It's afraid of me? Yang Yi didn't think further about it. He just continued forward, and he even released his sword intent and slaughter intent. The trance retreat gradually quickened, and it even revealed undisguised fear. At this moment, Yang Yi's backbone grew even straighter, and he started walking faster. Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden while complacency filled his eyes. However, he noticed that they weren't looking at him. They were looking behind him. Moreover, there was deep fear within Nether Dream's eyes. Yang Yi stopped moving. He suddenly realized that something seemed off. Tap, tap. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps resounded from behind him. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1835. I think I've seen you somewhere. Footsteps. Needless to say, a chill ran down Yang Yi's spine. Someone had appeared behind him without making a single sound. However, he hadn't sensed the person's presence, even until now. At the same time, he finally understood that the trance wasn't afraid of him. It was afraid of the person behind him. Who's behind me? Yang Yi turned around. A woman in a tight violet gold dress was behind him. Her dress was very long and was dragged against the ground. There were many flowers embroidered all over her dress. Yang Yi just happened to recognize the flowers. It was the Permetha flower. Qin had used a similar flower that day in Merak's system. There was a violet belt around her waist, and it wrapped around her fine waist. This made her seem even more slender. Yang Yi gazed at the woman's face. There was a mask on it. A strange mask, and it completely obstructed his view of her face. At this moment, Shed stopped moving. Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, "Who are you?" The woman didn't speak. She gazed at the trance, and then she stretched her right hand forward. Yang Yi and the others watched with astonishment as a golden circle of light appeared above the trance, and then it wrapped around the trance. In an instant, The treant was locked on the spot. It didn't even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, the expressions of everyone here had changed. Yang Yi hurriedly tried to contact Ho Qing and Qiong Qi. However, he noticed to his astonishment that they didn't reply. It wasn't just them. Even the primordial pagoda had gone completely silent. Yang Ye's heart immediately sank. Meanwhile, the masked woman suddenly looked towards the side and waved her right hand. The space there flickered before a veiled woman and a woman in a wheelchair appeared before them. Blood Maiden gazed at the veiled woman and was slightly surprised. Pavilion Master? Yang Yi was quite surprised too. He was surprised because he hadn't expected the martial envoy to be here as well. The martial envoy nodded to Yang Yi and gazed at the masked woman. At this moment, everyone was looking at the masked woman. However, she was looking at Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. What does she want? Meanwhile, she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed and was about to move away. However, her hand appeared on his shoulder, and then Yang Yi couldn't move. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden wanted to help, but the masked woman waved her right hand. In an instant, an invisible barrier trapped Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden. The barrier didn't even tremble no matter what they did. The martial envoy suddenly pressed her index and middle fingers together before tapping it forward. A ruler flashed out from the tip of her finger. In an instant, the ruler emanated a dazzling glow as it appeared before the masked woman. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly stretched out her left hand and tapped it forward lightly. The light around the ruler was instantly dispersed, and then two fingers clamped down on the martial envoy's ruler. The martial envoy's face instantly became solemn at the sight of this. Suddenly, the masked woman tapped her fingers forward, and the ruler transformed into a ray of dazzling light that vanished at the tips of her fingers. It was before the martial envoy's forehead when it appeared again. Meanwhile, the martial envoy moved 300 m back with the wheelchair beneath her. However, the ruler was still pressed against her forehead when she arrived there. The martial envoy moved 300 m back again. However, the martial ruler was still pressed against her forehead. A short while later, the martial envoy didn't try to do anything. She just stared at the masked woman and asked, "Who are you?" The masked woman didn't answer her and just gazed at the veiled woman. Meanwhile, the veiled woman suddenly raised her hands and twisted them slightly in midair. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi and the masked woman started to ripple violently like boiling water. At the same time, strands of extreme coldness appeared in the surroundings. It was icy cold to the bone. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. Suddenly, the masked woman tapped her right foot down. The rippling expanse of space instantly calmed down. The veiled woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she flipped her right palm. A pitch-black command token appeared in her grasp, and her profound energy surged madly. The Nether token. It was the symbol of identity for the Nether Pavilion's master. The Nether token. As her profound energy surged incessantly into it, the command token suddenly started trembling violently. An instant later, she tossed it forward, and it appeared in midair before arrows of light energy flashed out from it. They shot forward in succession towards the masked woman. These arrows of light contained extremely terrifying energy. Based on Yang Yi's estimations, even 6th-stage True Realm experts would find them difficult to defend against one of them, and there were so many of them now. The masked woman looked up at the arrows of light, pondered deeply for a moment, and then raised her hand. The space above her instantly became ethereal, and then the arrows of light instantly slowed down. The arrows of light had been extremely fast earlier, yet now, they had become extremely slow. Meanwhile, the masked woman's fingers clamped down on an arrow, and then she shook it slightly. Bang! The string of arrows shattered. She waved her right hand, and the Nether token immediately fell into her palm. A moment later, it shot out and instantly pressed against the veiled woman's forehead before the latter could even react. The veiled woman's body instantly stiffened, and she didn't dare to move a muscle. The others were rendered speechless. Needless to say, all of them were beyond shocked, especially Yang Yi. At this moment, he couldn't move at all, because her right hand was on his shoulder, and it was heavy like the sky, so he couldn't move at all. Even his profound energy had gone completely silent. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Xiongqi and Ho Qing refused to respond, and the primordial pagoda was silent. What did that represent? It represented that she was extremely dangerous to the point that they didn't dare to expose their presence. Perhaps their main bodies didn't fear her, but they were definitely not a match for her in their current state. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that she was keeping him here with one hand while she fought the others with her other hand. Simply speaking, Shed used just a single hand to defeat everyone here besides Nether Dream. He knew the martial envoy's strength very well. Ordinary 6th-stage True Realm experts were no match for her. After all, she was able to fight an ancient cultivator like the woman in a red dress. But at this moment, she was actually unable to fight back against the masked woman. So, who was the masked woman? Meanwhile, the masked woman gazed at the only person that she hadn't defeated, Nether Dream. Nether Dream gazed coldly at the masked woman, and then she vanished on the spot. An instant later, a pair of footprints appeared in front of the masked woman. The Nether Ghost steps. Meanwhile, the masked woman suddenly tapped her finger forward. The space in front of her instantly rippled like the surface of a lake, and the ripples surged towards Nether Dream. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly. Everyone watched as numerous afterimages appeared in the space before the masked woman. The afterimages were images of Nether Dream. At this moment, Nether Dream's afterimages were vanishing rapidly. It didn't take long for the last afterimage to vanish. Boom. Meanwhile, a figure was blasted out from that expanse of space. It was Nether Dream. She'd been defeated. Blood Maiden and the others' faces fell. They hadn't expected that even Nether Dream's Nether Ghost steps would be overcome by force. All of them gazed at the masked woman. Who is she? Suddenly, Nether Dream soared up into the air, and then numerous black circles of light appeared around her. More and more appeared around her, and it only took a short breath of time for over 100 to appear there. A moment later, she tapped a finger in the masked woman's direction. Swoosh, swoosh. The circles of light instantly transformed into rays of black light that shot towards the masked woman. Everywhere they passed, space was instantly sliced open. Meanwhile, the masked woman suddenly tapped her left hand forward, and the space in front of her warped. The circles of light warped along with the space there. Besides that, once the circles of light arrived around 10 m away from her, they weren't able to slice up the space there. Conversely, the circles of light were forcefully warped by the space there. Meanwhile, the masked woman waved her left hand, and then the space before her returned to normal. However, the black circles of light just gradually vanished. In less than 2 breaths of time, all the circles of light had vanished without making a sound. After that, the masked woman tapped her finger in Nether Dream's direction. Bind. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden circle of light appeared around Nether Dream, and then her body stiffened on the spot. Just like the treant, Nether Dream couldn't move at all. After Nether Dream was bound, the masked woman turned to look at Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi said, Big sister, I think that violence can't solve anything. The only way to solve problems is through discussion. What do you think? Meanwhile, the masked woman suddenly said, I think I've seen you somewhere. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1836, Pavilion Master. She has seen me before? Yang Yi was stunned. All the others gazed at him as well. Suddenly, the masked woman shook her head. Wait, you're not him. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The masked woman suddenly tapped her finger against Yang Ye's forehead. Yang Ye's eyes opened wide because he noticed something sweep through his entire body. At the same time, he noticed that the primordial pagoda went completely still. At this moment, even he couldn't sense its presence. Around 2 breaths of time later, she suddenly removed her hand. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, Your destiny has been changed by at least 3 people. Now, your destiny is in disorder. My destiny was changed? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he said, What destiny? The masked woman waved her hand. Paths. Everyone is born with his or her own path, and that path is that person's destiny. Yang Yi asked, based on what you've just said, a person's accomplishments are set in stone at birth? No. The masked woman shook her head slightly. Cultivation? One can ceaselessly improve oneself through cultivation. Once one's strength arrives at a certain level, that person will be able to see his or her own destiny and change it. However, this change isn't a change of the original path. It's a change where the person leaves the original path and enters a new path. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Yi nodded. What you mean is that the path hasn't changed at all, and the person just jumps from one circle into another one. Indeed. She continued. That's the destiny of an ordinary person. But there are two more types. One of them is a forced destiny. A forced destiny? Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? She turned to look at Blood Maiden and the others. Their destinies were forcefully changed in the beginning as well. Blood Maiden and the others frowned because they didn't really understand what she meant. Meanwhile, she gazed at Yang Yi and continued. A forced destiny represents that someone arranged a path for the person, and that person is forced to take that path. For example, a puppet. It moves according to the puppeteer's will. That's a forced destiny. She sized up Yang Yi at this point and added, You were once a puppet too. Yang Yi frowned. You're saying that someone arranged a path for me, and I could only take that path? The masked woman nodded. However, someone paid a huge price to turn your destiny around and made it return to your original path. Or to be more precise, you were once a puppet. However, there was a period where you were a complete person and possessed your own destiny. A period? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. You mean I'm not like that anymore? She gazed at him for a long time and said, Your destiny is tainted with great karma. So, I can't see through your path anymore. That's the third type of destiny, a blurred destiny. Yang Yi fell silent. The masked woman suddenly asked, You don't believe me? Yang Yi shook his head. I do. Because you have no reason to lie to me. However, I have a question. If I kill myself right now, then what would my destiny be? The woman fell silent this time. Yang Yi chuckled. I don't care what destiny I have, and I don't know anything about it. All I do know is that no matter what type of path we have, we're on the path, and we have the ability to change everything. Right? The masked woman said, You think that a person decides his or her own destiny, right? Yang Yi nodded. Perhaps I can't do it now, but I'll work hard. I'll work hard until my strength can surpass it. So, we don't have to care what type of destiny we have. We should just grow strong incessantly and surpass ourselves without end. She fell silent for a long time and nodded. You're right. Only the weak submit to destiny. However, that's a very difficult path. Yang Yi replied, It may be difficult, but I have to. The masked woman replied, Good luck. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, You said that 3 people changed my destiny. Who were they? She shook her head slightly. I don't know. However, they're very strong, extremely strong. Especially the last person. She shook her head and didn't continue. Yang Yi nodded and didn't ask further as well, because he knew that asking wouldn't make a difference. Shed said they were very strong, so it was obvious that they weren't existences he could go against right now. Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, Who are you? She didn't answer him. She turned to look at the treant. Do you know what that is? It's the medium universe's soul of the earth. The soul of the earth. Yang Yi was stunned and turned to look at the treant. It's the soul of the earth? She nodded slightly. The reason all of you can't injure it is because it's the soul of the earth here. With the energy of the earth to boost and protect it, all of you can't harm it at all. Yang Yi suddenly said, My sword can pierce through its defenses. The masked woman glanced at the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp and said, That sword is extraordinary. So its ability to pierce that trance defenses is not surprising. Once she finished speaking, she turned to look at Blood Maiden and the others. All of you really want to know who I am, right? As she spoke, her hand moved up and slowly removed her mask. As soon as they saw her appearance, all the women here opened their eyes wide, and it didn't take long for them to bow in unison, Pavilion Master. At this moment, Yang Yi was stunned. Xiao Xiao. The woman before them was actually the previous Pavilion Master of the Nether Pavilion, Xiao Xiao. At the same time that he was shocked, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, because it represented that she didn't have any ill intent towards them. Simply speaking, they were safe now. Moreover, they may have gained the support of someone extraordinarily powerful. Because she had her back towards Yang Yi, he hadn't been able to see her appearance, and when he wanted to take a look, she had already put her mask back on. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao suddenly said, "This isn't my main body. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." It isn't her main body. All of them looked up at her, and there was disbelief in their eyes. Because as far as they were concerned, she wasn't a soul or an illusion formed from spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao said, "What you see is just a projection of mine. A projection I left here in the past. You'll understand once you attain the enlightened realm." She glanced at Blood Maiden and the others. "The reason I left this projection behind is that I knew all of you would come looking for me." Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly said, "Please enlighten us." At this point, Yang Yi didn't really understand what was going on. Or it should be said that he was quite puzzled. Obviously, Blood Maiden and the others weren't looking for Xiao Xiao just to find out where she was. Xiao Xiao nodded slightly. "Actually, I should have told all of you, all those years ago. However, I left in a hurry, causing all of you to be troubled for so many years. It's time for all of you to find out the truth." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What truth?" Blood Maiden replied, "There's a portion of our memories that's empty. There's nothing there. If we can't recall those memories, then we'll never be able to go above the 6th stage of the true realm. Just think about it. If a person can't become enlightened about his or herself, how will that person become enlightened about everything else?" Empty memories? Yang Yi frowned. What caused that? Blood Maiden gazed at Xiao Xiao. The Pavilion Master should know. Xiao Xiao fell silent for a short while and said, "For the sake of obtaining even greater strength, I decided to condense my memories into seeds and then plant them into unborn fetuses in their mother's wombs. Once they grew up, they would possess a variety of lives, comprehensions, and outstanding strength. At that time, I'll activate the memory seeds within them and devour them to obtain their lives, comprehensions, and strength." It felt like they were struck by a bolt of thunder. At this moment, Blood Maiden and the others were stunned on the spot. A memory seed. Xiao Xiao's memory seed was actually within their minds. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that the person they respected the most, their Pavilion Master, had actually taken them and just to use them. Their world was turned upside down. Xiao Xiao's revelation had turned their world upside down. Blood Maiden and the others weren't the only ones who felt that way. Yang Yi was quite shocked as well. He hadn't expected the truth to be like this. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao added, "As I watched all of you grow, day by day, and as I watched all of you become stronger, day by day, I grew even happier than all of you. However, in the end, I changed my decision." Blood Maiden asked, "Why?" Xiao Xiao gazed at Blood Maiden. "Can anyone truly be without emotion? I watched all of you grow every day, so when it came time to devour all of you, I realized that it wasn't what I truly wanted. So, I gave up on it. However, at that time, I didn't expect that leaving a memory seed in your minds would affect your growth." She paused for a moment and continued, "At that time, certain reasons prevented me from returning to Merak's system. Thus, I could only leave this projection behind. Once I help all of you extract the memory seed within you, you'll be a truly complete person, and you won't encounter any barriers when trying to charge into the enlightened realm." Everyone here fell silent. At this moment, Blood Maiden and the others had complicated emotions in their hearts. It was extremely complicated. In the beginning, they were filled with hope, then it was disappointment. Now, the emotions they felt were difficult to describe with words. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao gazed at Yang Yi. "Kid, there's a memory seed in your brain too." Yang Yi was instantly stunned on the spot. "How can that be possible? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1837, The Night Emperor. A memory seed? There's a memory seed in me? Yang Yi refused to believe it, because he didn't lack any memories. He had complete memories from the day he was born. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao said, "There was one in you. However, it has been destroyed." Destroyed? Yang Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" She replied, "I told you that 3 people changed your destiny. The first was the person who placed the memory seed within you. That person intended to accomplish something through you. The second was the person who destroyed the memory seed for you. That person allowed your destiny to go back to its original path. As for the third, I can't see through it." Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. He didn't think she was lying to him because she didn't have a reason to do so. In other words, there really had been 3 people who'd changed his destiny. So, who were they? Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao suddenly gazed at Blood Maiden and the others. "They'll give all of you a cultivation technique. Once you circulate it, the memory seed deep within your minds will vanish on its own." She flicked over rays of white light that entered their foreheads. After that, her figure gradually became ethereal. Blood Maiden and the others were shocked by this sight. Xiao Xiao said, "My projection has finished its mission, so it's time for it to go." She gazed at the treant and continued, "I came here all those years ago because I was injured, and I needed its help to recover. It helped me in the past, so don't make things difficult for it." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and the golden ring of light around the treant immediately vanished. After that, she gazed at Nether Dream. "Little Dream, you're free now. You can do anything you want." She glanced at Blood Maiden and the others before she continued, "It's the same for all of you." Her figure grew more and more ethereal while she spoke. Suddenly, Yang Yi asked, "Senior, you said you were injured? Who injured you?" She glanced at Yang Yi. "Someone who uses the sword, just like you." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished in midair. "Someone who uses the sword." Yang Yi frowned. Who could it be? The surroundings fell silent once more. Lost. At this moment, Blood Maiden and the others felt lost. Previously, they yearned to see Xiao Xiao, but now that they'd gotten their wishes, what happened was completely different to what they'd expected. What should we do from now on? A long time passed before the veiled woman spoke abruptly. "I don't care what all of you think, but I want leave the Nether Pavilion. I'll reorganize it and make it the strongest power in the medium universe." Her figure vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, the martial envoy suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Brother Yang, you're going to the large universe?" Yang Yi nodded. He was definitely going there. She grinned. "We can go together." Yang Yi smiled, "Of course." The martial envoy said, "The seal above Heaven Pillar Mountain will still take some time to weaken. I'm returning to Sword Immortal City to manage some things. So, farewell for now." As she spoke, she turned around with the intent to leave. However, she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. "Brother Yang, you have that sword from the large universe, so your troubles will be endless. According to the information I received, numerous powerful organizations in Heaven Pillar Mountain have started to search for you. Good luck." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Once she left, Yang Yi gazed at Nether Dream. "What about you? Have you figured out what you plan to do?" Nether Dream glanced at him. "No." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Do you want to have a look at the large universe?" Nether Dream asked, "Why should we go there?" Yang Yi replied, "Because the large universe has a better system of cultivation, more experts, and, right, it's more fun." Nether Dream asked, "More fun?" Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. "It's very fun. The large universe is much larger than our universe, so it's definitely more fun. Want to go up there with us? At least you'll have company." Nether Dream glanced at Yang Yi before looking at Blood Maiden. "Is that true?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Blood Maiden thought for a moment and replied, "It should be very fun." She naturally understood what Yang Yi was trying to do. Yang Yi just wanted to bring Nether Dream over to his side. She was an extraordinary expert after all. After she heard Blood Maiden, Nether Dream thought for a moment before she looked at Yang Yi. How do we get up there? Yang Yi pointed at the sky. See that? There's a mountain called Heaven Pillar Mountain there, and we have to go up from there. Nether Dream glanced in the direction of Heaven Pillar Mountain, and it didn't take long for an extremely solemn expression to appear on her face. We can't go there. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She replied, there are dangerous things there, very dangerous things, and there are more than one of them. Yang Yi's face became solemn. Dangerous things. Nether Dream's strength could be described as the strongest amongst the experts from the Nether Pavilion. Even though she wasn't at the Enlightened Realm, she could fight Enlightened Realm experts. It could be said that very few people down here could pose a threat to her. However, she said that something very dangerous was over there. Yang Yi felt he was on the verge of being invincible before he came to Heaven Pillar Mountain. But once he arrived at this damnable place, he realized that the people here were absolutely strong and terrifying. His strength wasn't enough at all. Meanwhile, Nether Dream added, don't go up there. You'll die. Yang Yi replied, it's fine. Many people will be going too. If it's really dangerous, we just have to run. So, what do you think? Nether Dream thought for a moment and asked, she has gone up there, right? Yang Yi naturally knew who Nether Dream was talking about, so he nodded. Nether Dream nodded slightly. I'm going to deal with something. I'll come find you when the time comes. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Nether Dream's strength was extremely terrifying. So, it was a very good thing to get her on their side. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the treant started to tremble. Yang Yi and the others' expressions changed at the sight of it. However, it only took a moment for their expressions to ease up because the treant was sinking slowly into the ground. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. It was leaving. Yang Yi fell silent. If he were being honest, he wanted to drag it into the primordial pagoda. However, it was clearly very vigilant towards him, or it should be described as hostility. Under such circumstances, he would have caused trouble for himself by acting against it. After all, the three of them here weren't capable of dealing with an enlightened realm expert like the treant. Snowy. Yang Yi thought of Snowy, but as soon as he thought of her, his hairs stood on end. Because he still couldn't sense the primordial pagoda, and both Cheong-chi and Ho-ching were still silent. Danger was still present here. Another powerful expert was nearby. Yang Yi hurriedly looked at Blood Maiden, second sister, third sister. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice resounded. You were actually able to notice my presence. Interesting. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared not too far away from them. The middle-aged man looked around the age of 40. He wore a cloud-white robe, had long hair that hung down to his shoulders, and a handsome appearance. Besides that, he had an unique bearing. Yang Yi and the others' expressions became extremely solemn when they saw him. His strength was unfathomable. The middle-aged man felt unfathomable to them. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi, an outstanding genius indeed. No wonder those subordinates of mine died at your hands. Subordinates. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. You are from the Night Assassins. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. I'm the Night Assassins leader. They call me the Night Emperor. Yang Yi gazed at the wooden sword in his grasp. What? You want this sword too? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. I'm mainly here to kill. The sword is a secondary objective. Night Assassins isn't even in the top 5 of the powers throughout Heaven Pillar Mountain, but those powers in the top 5 would give me some face. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, but my Night Assassins became the laughingstock of Heaven Pillar Mountain because of you. A humiliation must be washed away with blood. You and these women must die. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his finger in their direction. Bang! The space around them shook violently. Boom! An instant later, the space around them collapsed, and the force of the explosion pushed all three of them backwards. Meanwhile, a wave of powerful energy enveloped them. After that, Yang Yi's eyes opened wide, because he felt that his body was actually on the verge of cracking apart. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 2 types of intense surged out from Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi felt the weight on his body lighten. However, the Night Emperor suddenly tapped his finger forward again. In the name of the earth, bind. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Yang Yi quaked, and then a wave of mysterious light yellow energy surged up into the air and bound them. At this moment, all three of them couldn't move. Crack. Meanwhile, a clear and resounding crack arose. It was the sound of a body cracking open. Yang Yi's body had cracked open, and blood sprayed from it. The Night Emperor spoke indifferently. Do you know how weak you are now? Suddenly, Yang Yi roared with fury, and then a wave of mysterious energy appeared in the surroundings. The sword domain. At this moment, Yang Yi had once again activated the sword domain that he hadn't used for so long. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1838, Sky of Blood. The sword domain. He hadn't utilized it in a very, very long time. The reason he hadn't wasn't because it was useless, it was because he hadn't truly grasped it. Moreover, the enlightenment he received from the Unfettered One and Li Taibai made him temporarily decide to put the sword domain aside. Because his sword intent and attainments in the sword Dao were too weak, pursuing the sword domain then was like reaching beyond his grasp. Thus, had forgotten about it and pursued the essence of the sword Dao and sword intent. Besides that, there was one other reason why he hadn't utilized it. It was because it was extremely dangerous to use the sword domain in battle. Once his opponent's strength far surpassed his own, then his domain wouldn't be able to endure his opponent's strength, and he would have to pay with his lifespan. It was a huge risk. Yet now, he had no choice but to risk his life. As soon as the sword domain was activated, a wave of mysterious energy enveloped the surroundings, and then Yang Yi's senses towards the surroundings multiplied. At this moment, even the sound of an ant's breathing could be sensed clearly. Counterattack. Yang Yi immediately used the sword domain to counterattack and suppress the Night Emperor's energy. It worked because as soon as the sword domain appeared here, the energy on the three of them started vanishing slowly. The Night Emperor frowned. A domain? How surprising. Boom. Meanwhile, an explosion resounded from within the sword domain, and then Yang Yi looked up at the Night Emperor. At this moment, had obliterated the Night Emperor's energy. A moment later, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot and appeared before the Night Emperor. A speck of cold light appeared before the Night Emperor's forehead. Yang Yi's sword was there. The Night Emperor suddenly stretched out his hand, and cold light flickered at the center of it. Bang! As soon as the sword and palm collided, both of them were pushed backwards repeatedly. Yang Yi was pushed around 30 m back before he used the sword domain to force himself to a stop. As for the Night Emperor, he was pushed around 150 m back. This time, Yang Yi had gained the upper hand in the collision by relying on the sword domain. However, Yang Yi's hair started to turn white. It was the price he paid. When fighting a force that surpassed a person's limits, the person would have to pay a heavy price. The Night Emperor sized up Yang Yi and chuckled, as expected of a domain. It's much stronger than any form of intent. Unfortunately, you're too weak when compared to me, so it can't save you. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his finger in Yang Yi's direction. Hiss! A beam of cold light surged forward. It was absolutely swift. Even Yang Yi wasn't able to see its trajectory clearly, but when it arrived around 30 before him, it started to slow down. It was as slow as a tortoise when it arrived before Yang Yi. Suppression. The sword domain suppressed everything. The Night Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Obviously, he hadn't expected his attack to be suppressed like that. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked up at the Night Emperor, and then he vanished on the spot. The grand teleportation technique combined with split second. The grand teleportation technique combined with split second was the limit of his speed, and it was the limit of his strength. Yet now, it was being executed within the sword domain, so its might had improved by countless times. However, as soon as he executed it, the hair by his ear turned snowy white. The Night Emperor's expression changed when Yang Yi executed this ultimate move of his. Danger. At this moment, the Night Emperor felt danger. Meanwhile, the Night Emperor suddenly turned around and said, "Defend." As soon as he said that, a black vortex suddenly appeared behind him, and then Yang Yi's wooden sword stabbed it. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then the space in a huge area around them cracked apart and collapsed. Moreover, the damage was spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. In just a short breath of time, the space in an enormous area around them seemed like spiderwebs were running through it. As for Yang Yi and the Night Emperor, they stood motionlessly on the spot. Yang Yi's sword was still pressed against the vortex. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed the wooden sword with both hands and twisted it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the Night Emperor was blasted over 1 kilometer back. Even though Head blasted the Night Emperor back, the hair behind Yang Yi's head had turned snow white. Presently, he was using the sword domain to fight the Night Emperor, but the Night Emperor's strength far surpassed his own. So, while he could use the sword domain to suppress the Night Emperor, he paid with his lifespan for every single attack he executed. I can't let this go on. This time, his opponent could afford to go on like this, but he couldn't. The Night Emperor turned to gaze at Yang Yi. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and I surmounted my realm of cultivation to challenge countless experts. I never imagined that a day would come where someone would surmount their realm of cultivation against me. Needless to say, it really doesn't feel good. He stretched out his hands and waved them lightly. As his hands moved, the space around Yang Yi started to ripple like waves. Suppress. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded, and then the rippling space gradually calmed down. The Night Emperor suddenly said, "Rise." As soon as he said that, the space, which had just calmed down, suddenly started trembling. At the same time, waves of terrifying energy suddenly surged out from there, and then the ground below started to quake and collapse without end. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he stomped his right foot down, "Destroy." Boom. In an instant, the space in a huge area collapsed and was destroyed, causing the surroundings to be turned pitch black. However, it didn't affect them at all. A breath of time later, the surroundings returned to normal. The Night Emperor was staring at Yang Yi. A moment later, he clenched his right fist and slammed it at Yang Yi. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. Hiss. An energy fist suddenly appeared before him, and then it instantly shot towards Yang Yi. When the energy fist appeared, the space before the Night Emperor warped severely. Especially the space where the energy fist passed through. It was instantly twisted. However, the energy fist was growing slower and slower. When it arrived around 3 m away from Yang Yi, it was like the speed of a crawling tortoise. Yang Yi looked the Night Emperor in the eyes and said, "Shatter." As soon as he said that, space shook violently, and then the energy fist exploded apart and transformed into nothingness. It was like it had never been there. Meanwhile, the hair on the top of Yang Yi's head had turned snow white. The Night Emperor gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "It's the first time I'm witnessing such a strange and miraculous force. Needless to say, you're invincible while you have the sword domain. Unfortunately, it's only your defenses that are impregnable, and you're not really skilled at using it in attacks. Moreover, based on the current condition you're in, you're enduring energy that far surpasses your own. So, you're suffering from backlash, right?" Yang Yi didn't answer the Night Emperor. He gazed at Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden. Leave. Just as the Night Emperor had said, his current strength wasn't capable of doing anything to the Night Emperor. Even though the Night Emperor wasn't as strong as Xiao Xiyo, he wasn't weak. At the very least, he was much stronger than Yang Yi right now. Simply speaking, Yang Yi couldn't do anything against the Night Emperor, and the Night Emperor merely couldn't harm Yang Yi for now. If this continued, all of them would die here. Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden stayed silent for a few breaths of time, and then Blood Maiden suddenly took Blind Maiden's hand. As for her other hand, it was on her own throat instead. This stunned both Yang Yi and the Night Emperor. What's she doing? Meanwhile, Yang Yi's expression changed because Blood Maiden's nails had pierced through the skin on her throat. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Second sister, what are you doing?" Blood Maiden didn't answer him. More and more blood was flowing from her throat. Meanwhile, tears seeped out from the corners of Blind Maiden's eyes. Yang Yi was about to say something when Blind Maiden nodded, and then Blood Maiden released her. A moment later, Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden appeared before Yang Yi. Blood Maiden stretched out her hand and rubbed Yang Yi's head before she spoke softly. "Live on." Yang Yi wanted to say something, but Blind Maiden suddenly wrapped her arm around him, and a strand of energy entered his mind. Yang Yi was caught off guard by this, and he was instantly rendered unconscious. Blind Maiden gazed at Blood Maiden. She didn't say a word, but pearls of tears were ceaselessly seeping out from the corners of her eyes. Blood Maiden said, "Go." As soon as she finished speaking, the blood around her flickered. Blind Maiden gazed at Blood Maiden for quite a while, and then she turned around, took Yang Yi in her arms, and vanished into the sky. The Night Emperor glanced at Blind Maiden and Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Blood Maiden. "Come, let me see how you're going to stop me." Blood Maiden took a deep breath, stepped forward, and then a wave of mysterious energy appeared around her. The blood domain. The Night Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed it. "You have a domain too. But that isn't a true domain. It's a pseudo-domain that's developed by possessing extreme attainments in a certain aspect. It's very rare as well." Suddenly, Blood Maiden took a deep breath, and then she closed her eyes slowly, body into blood, and blood into the sky. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly started to expand while strands of violent and powerful energy seeped out incessantly from within her. The Night Emperor's expression changed at the sight of it. "You've gone mad. You're actually going to detonate yourself? You're sacrificing decades of cultivating for that kid? Is it worth it?" Blood Maiden opened her eyes and gazed at the Night Emperor. "He calls me second sister." Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Blood Maiden's body exploded apart. In an instant, the space in an enormous area was transformed into an ocean of blood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1839. Even if I fall into the path of devils. Rumble. Deafening explosions resounded through space. The explosions continued for almost an hour before they finally stopped. Around another hour later, the blood here gradually dispersed, and the surroundings slowly returned to normal. Only a single person was left here. It was the Night Emperor. However, his face was quite unsightly right now. Cough. Suddenly, the Night Emperor coughed, and then a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. A while later, he slowly stretched out his right hand. There was a thumb-sized pearl of blood in his right hand, a quintessence blood pearl. After that, he looked up at the sky. "Yang Yi, you better hope you're always so lucky." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then he vanished on the spot. Sometime later, Yang Yi regained consciousness. He was in a pitch-black cave, and there was only a single person by his side, Blind Maiden. She was sitting silently on a round rock by his side. Blind Maiden suddenly said, "You're awake?" Yang Yi shook his head with force and gazed at her. "Where's second sister?" Blind Maiden fell silent. Yang Yi didn't say another word. He stood up and started walking towards the outside. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden suddenly said, "Are you going to give your life away?" Yang Yi stopped. She walked over to him. "You're no match for that fellow right now. It's pointless even if you use all your trump cards." Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Even though it hurt, her words were the truth. A long time passed before Yang Yi said, "The strongest experts in the medium universe are at the 6th stage of the true realm, and that fellow, the Night Emperor, was at the 6th stage of the true realm as well. So, why is his strength so much stronger than theirs?" Blind Maiden replied, "Because the 6th stage of the true realm isn't the limit of a human. Once some attain the 6th stage of the true realm, they'll continue advancing past their limits. However, they don't attain a breakthrough in their cultivation because of the restrictions imposed on them. If they don't get any fortuitous encounters, it's almost impossible for them to attain the enlightened realm here. Yang Yi gazed at her and waited for her to continue. Blind Maiden continued, they will ceaselessly improve themselves through every other means except an advancement in cultivation. For example, their control of space, their control of energy, their control of the laws, their control of their cultivations, their control of the 5 elements, and so on and so forth. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, the reason the ancient cultivators are much stronger than ordinary 6th-stage true realm experts is because their control of various sources of strength far surpass ordinary 6th-stage true realm experts. So, while their realms of cultivation are similar, their attainments are not. A similar realm of cultivation, but varying attainments. Yang Yi fell silent. Simply speaking, they were all 6th-stage true realm experts, but the difference in their strength was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Blind Maiden added, actually, that fellow shouldn't be called a 6th-stage true realm expert. He should be called a quasi-enlightened realm expert. Yang Yi frowned. The quasi-enlightened realm? Blind Maiden nodded slightly. So, while he isn't at the enlightened realm, his strength is capable of rivaling enlightened realm experts. As for you, you're only at the 2nd stage of the true realm, so the gap between you two isn't small. Even if you possess all sorts of divine treasures, you still won't be able to kill him. Blind Maiden sat back up on the rock and continued, remember what second sister told you? Yang Yi nodded. Live on. That was what Blood Maiden had said to him. Blind Maiden added, I know your character. Asking you to give up on revenge is clearly impossible. However, you must promise me that you must be confident in your chances before trying to take revenge. You can't just give your life away, all right? Yang Yi walked over to her and said, I'm sorry. Blood Maiden wouldn't have died if it wasn't for him. Blind Maiden looked up at Yang Yi. I told her that I would stay behind, but I'm sure you saw how she reacted to that. Regardless of whether it was her or I who stayed behind, we would never regret our choice. You just have to live on. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and walked to the exit. She stopped at the exit and said, rest for now, and then well converge with Lian Shuang and the others. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't stay a moment later and walked out of the cave. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the cave. At this moment, he could sense the primordial pagoda, so he entered it. As soon as he did, Qiong Qi and Ho Qing appeared before him. Yang Yi asked, why did the primordial pagoda act like that earlier? Qiong Qi replied, it's still weak, so it can only prevent itself from being detected by people who aren't that strong. As for that fellow, the Night Emperor, his strength is at the limits of this world. This strength I'm speaking of is strength in every aspect. So, we, and it, dare not show ourselves. Because once they find out that you have such a precious treasure, you'll be in big trouble. Yang Yi nodded. He naturally understood what Qiong Qi meant. Once the primordial pagoda's existence was exposed, then he wouldn't be facing just a single quasi-enlightened realm expert. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly asked, Kid, do you know how weak you are now? Yang Yi gazed at Ho Qing, and the latter said, Kid, this world is much larger than you've ever imagined. We're much older than you, so we've seen more than you as well. If I'm to be blunt, your current strength is really weak. If our main bodies were here, killing you wouldn't even take 3 moves. Yang Yi asked, Senior Ho Qing, what are you trying to say? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Ho Qing replied, don't cause so much trouble and improve your strength. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Ho Qing said, Kid, I'm not joking. The people you've met have mostly been relying on their own strength, and very few have relied on external sources of strength. Once you get to the large universe, you'll realize how terrifying those formidable divine treasures are. That wooden sword of yours is a divine treasure too. Do you know how terrifying it is when it's not sealed? Yang Yi glanced at the wooden sword and replied, Do tell. Ho Qing said, it can converge the stellar energy throughout the universe, combine the souls of all things, and obliterate a universe with a single attack. Of course, it has to be in the hands of someone powerful as well. As for you, if it's in its unsealed state, then destroying an entire continent with one swing will still be possible for you. Qiong Qi chimed in, Kid, You've only been in contact with low-level civilizations. A true civilization of cultivation is extremely terrifying. Almighty figures capable of blotting out the sky, overturning the ocean, and obliterating stars are numerous like dogs in the large universe. He paused for a moment and continued. The reason I'm telling you this is that you may be going up there. So, we have to let you know in advance. Besides that, the old man in Taoist robes hasn't officially and publicly acknowledged your status as his disciple. So, it's best if you lay low. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't want to pay any attention to the large universe right now. I just want to kill that fellow, the Night Emperor. No, I want to annihilate the entire Night Assassins organization. Xiongqi said, that fellow isn't someone you can fight right now. Yang Yi looked Xiongqi in the eyes. I'm worse than a dog if I can't avenge my second sister. Xiongqi said, then what do you want? Yang Yi glanced at the wooden sword and replied, to grow stronger. He gazed at them and continued, you are both from the large universe, and your main body's strengths definitely far surpass the Night Emperor. So, you know more than me, and you definitely know ways to make me grow stronger, right? Xiongqi and Ho Qing exchanged glances. In the end, Ho Qing said, kid, there are two ways for you to grow stronger. The first method is to give you extreme shaman techniques. They stimulate a person's potential, so you can temporarily ignore the barrier between realms and attain the sixth stage of the true realm. However, the price is that you'll stop forever at the sixth stage of the true realm. The exception is that an expert like your master rebuilds your foundation and meridians. However, ITLL still leave potential problems behind. Yang Yi replied, tell me about the second method. Ho Qing explained, the second method is to learn the secret techniques of my shaman race. Learning it will require the bloodline of my shaman race. You? No. A voice resounded abruptly, and then a flame appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. It was the divining flame. Yang Yi gazed at the divining flame, and the latter said, kid, you've merely learned a single cultivation technique of the shaman race right now, so it isn't that serious. However, if you possess the shaman race's bloodline, then you'll be in big trouble once you go to the large world. Once the human race finds out that you possess the shaman race's bloodline, you'll be pursued by countless experts from the human race. Moreover, once you possess the bloodline of the shaman race, you'll be an enemy of all the three sovereigns. Yang Yi frowned. Why? The divining flame replied, outsiders always have ill intent. Yang Yi's frown deepened. Meanwhile, Ho Qing said, kid, isn't absolutely correct. However, I only know the techniques of the shaman race. So, you decide if you're going to learn from me. The divining flame was about to speak when Ho Qing suddenly gazed at him. I know what you're trying to say. You don't want him to become enemies with the human race. But the people who want to kill him and have killed his loved ones are humans, not the shaman race. Moreover, if he doesn't gain formidable strength, he may not even be able to ascend to the large universe. The divining flame fell silent. Xiongqi spoke abruptly. Both of them are right. Once you learn the shaman techniques and cultivation techniques of the shaman race, it'll be very hard for you to gain a place for yourself in the human race. So, make your own choice. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, so long as I can avenge my second sister, then not to mention the techniques of the shaman race, I won't hesitate to take the path of devils. Sigh. A sigh resounded, and the divining flame vanished on the spot. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.